So with that thought in mind, we'll take the roll call. I see we are all here except for Councilmember Pippin Dew so far. So that's the roll call for today. And agenda review. Does anybody have any questions about the agenda? Doesn't appear to be any. And now we will have a council setting goal discussion. I think you guys are going to lead off on that, right?
Yes, we're happy to. Good morning. My name is Christine Butterfield. I'm with Management Partners. I'm accompanied by my associate, John Bramble. We're both longtime local government professionals. We've both worked in local government and then consulted with local governments. And as the mayor said, the purpose of today's discussion is the 2022 annual goal setting. Later this afternoon, we are going to talk about the council's interests around multi-year goals, but this is not a traditional strategic planning process. So we just want to set the stage for that. And our objectives today: strengthen council teamwork and cohesion. In preparation for this session, Management Partners conducted one-on-one interviews with each of the council members. And then we spoke with teams by functional areas, really to learn what are the challenges, opportunities, and hopes and aspirations of both the council and staff based upon all the work that they've done in the community, working with community members. But we know, Management Partners, we do a lot of this work, and that a cornerstone or one of the stools on an effective, productive chair is governing as it relates to local government, and team cohesion is critical. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about governance roles and norms. Some of you said you wanted to tee that issue up. We're also going to talk about best practices, and we're going to invite this council to develop meeting management protocols for how you conduct yourselves during meetings. The last time Management Partners joined you, we did it virtually in March 2020, and we talked about what are the ground rules at council meetings. And you've implemented those. Those are great. They're posted on your agenda and you're using them, and that's wonderful. And then the afternoon, we're going to focus all of our time. First, we're going to celebrate successes. This group, I understand, has not been together in person ever. Once. Okay, so this is the second time for this group to come together, and that's really tough on a team. It is really tough on a team, and we need to acknowledge that. That is not a criticism of this team's performance, but it's hard to function, develop relationships, and build trust. So we'll talk about 2022 goals, and then we'll move on to multi-year goals. And then we'll talk a little bit about your interests that you told us, and that's the interest to, as this council team builds its relationship, builds its capacity to govern together, it's really how will this group focus on one or two key priorities? And what are the ground rules if you want to shift that or change that mid-cycle? I'm going to. And so the agenda review today, again, behaviors of high performance teams, governing, consensus team building, characteristics of effective governing bodies. Like I said, we're going to review accomplishments and then talk about goals as well as going forward. So with that, open for public comment.
Okay, I see only one member of the public, and he's declining to speak. Otherwise, there are no other members of the public that are present. I guess we'll have one in the afternoon as well. I would expect some people by that time. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we do have some virtual speakers.
Is this virtual as well? Oh, okay.
Correct.
So for virtual commenters, how many do we have?
We have 3 speakers, and I'll go ahead and let them in.
Okay, 3 minutes apiece, 3 speakers.
Sure.
Please proceed in order.
Yes. Gaul Cully, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Council. This is Gaul Cully. I live at 144 Morningside Avenue, and I am one of your community realtors. And and someone that's very, very excited, and I really care about our community here. I wanted to ask you to consider today as one of your topics of moving forward about incentivizing the unpermitted ADUs as a maybe a solution to our challenges around getting more housing here, documented housing in our community. My angle on this is that I've been very troubled by Governor Newsom's legislation around breaking up single-family housing and increasing density in neighborhoods, because my purpose as a realtor and in my life is to connect people to place. And when population is maybe too dense in a community, it causes all sorts of issues, including actually people moving away. And so my idea is to incentivize people that have some of these auxiliary dwelling units and in-law units that were created sometimes in World War I and World War II, so that initially those fees that have been, have been waived will end up being recouped in the long run with property taxes, because of course the assessor will reassess the square footage of the property. And then of course it would help increase the number of homes for the housing mandate. Currently, according to our census, we have 39,300 households. This is according to the City of Vallejo Census 2020, and 62% own their own homes. According to Wikipedia, because this is kind of hard to find, there's a total of 44,433 units with a density of 896 people per square mile. If we could imagine for just a moment our single family homes moving to 3 units, that would triple that amount if everybody who owns a home were to access that low, medium, and high income density, and the impact on our community would be pretty great. So this is one of the resolutions, is maybe thinking about daylighting the ADUs in a legal and good way. And I think what that would do for the city council as well is it would be a way of creating community meetings to basically show that the city council, the city is trying to do something positive for the people who are actually.
Thank you very much. We'll call the next 2 speakers with 3 minutes each.
And Carr, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing Zoom participation in this meeting. It's hard to get over to Cal Maritime, even though it's lovely. And just a quick comment, in previous years' goal setting, when the public was allowed to speak, we were given 5 minutes, which even that is not much time. I have 6 things I'd like to suggest for goals. Number 1, a longer lead time for the packets, at minimum 1 week, or if you wanted to get fancy, you could study the Santa Rosa city model, which is even longer for big items and shorter for small items. Number 2, in the budget process, ask all departments to see how much they could outsource to contractors, temps, and also an idea I have is for a Vallejo work corps. Number 3, have a Vallejo work corps to help fill in some of these areas that we can't afford to cover otherwise. So hire Vallejoans on temporary or contract jobs at $20 or $25 an hour, no benefits, to do things like the trash pickup, like the litter problems, including probably not temporaries, but look at people like security guards to fill in the need that we have for feet on the street for public safety. we have to figure out a different way of doing things. All the departments cry about not having enough employees. And in contrast, there are a lot of people in Vallejo who are underemployed. So let's see if we can solve two things with one stone. Number 4, please find ways to listen and interact with the public more. Right now, we get 3 minutes per topic at various council meetings, including this one. That is not hardly enough time. We need open dialogue, town halls, and other ways of meeting. And in this, I would say I'd call out Mina Diaz and Tina Ariola for what they've been doing with the public. I'm racing here. Number 5, fix our outbound communications, figure out the fractured channels we have to use, and do that every time. This is a big problem that the city is just not reaching our audiences because our communications are so messed up. And number 6, go beyond the minimum in noticing times. Right now, we take the absolute minimum, and that's just not enough to reach everybody, partly because everything is so fractured in how to outreach to the community. And bonus round, I will suggest, as has been suggested at council many times, please look into the idea of a transition team management consultant to help out while we don't have a full-time city manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. We'll call our third and final speaker, please.
Crystal Little,
Janet.
go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. This is the second year in a row where the Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition is urging you to prioritize housing equity in Vallejo. As you've seen, as you've heard, low-income renters have really been paying the brunt and burden of a deepening and worsening housing crisis that wasn't created by them. That's only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And while some have been waiting to hear back from the state regarding pending rental assistance applications, what we're seeing on the ground are folks that are really dealing with poor living conditions, increasing rents, displacement, and eviction. And despite, what all the news is saying about there being a ban on evictions, there's never been a true moratorium on evictions. And in fact, I've reported this again, but households that have been impacted by COVID, especially that live in suburbs like Vallejo, are being most impacted by this eviction and displacement. And according to research conducted by KQED and the Urban Displacement Project, Vallejo had the second highest number of eviction from sheriff lockouts in the Bay Area last summer. And we've asked this of you before, but what are you going to do about that? The lack of equitable housing policies in Vallejo is forcing renters to be at the mercy of the state, passing these last minute 12 o'clock kind of like very, very rushed policies that benefit landlords more than renters, as we saw with the recent passing of AB 2179. If you haven't read about that, please take the time to read about what that means, because in June, we will potentially see another wave of eviction for renters. Folks deserve access to safe, stable, and affordable housing, and the city needs to be taking proactive measures to curb the ongoing displacement that we see uprooting families and communities in Vallejo. As you consider the direction for the city for the next several years, we urge you to take bold action today by prioritizing equitable housing solutions, and we specifically ask 3 things for your staff to be directed to do. One is to really, really work on that inclusionary zoning ordinance and pass it. 2, mirroring much of what other cities are doing in the county and in the region. I'm sorry, not in the county, but in the region, is to pass just cause eviction protections for folks. And then the last one that we've written to you and have already started conversations with staff about is the city supporting the Vallejo Community Land Trust, but overall just looking at ways to preserve permanent affordable housing in Vallejo. The excuse that you don't have enough staff to do this is obscene. Like, we can do this, we can help you, just let us do it.
All right, thank you very much. That will conclude our public comments for the morning session. We appreciate all of the information we have received. And with that, we will return to management partners.
Great, thank you. And thank you for those that are joining virtually and being engaged, and sharing your remarks and comments. So let's see, I think we need to display our PowerPoint again. So I just wanted to review the ground rules for today's discussion. We invite all of you to demonstrate respect, assume good intent. You're all on the same team. You all have the same interests. You're all serving the community. And so assume good intent related to comments that are shared. And this is really the governing piece around seeking consensus. It's very easy, and unfortunately, we're in this national climate of polarity, right and wrong. But building consensus is critical to effective governing, clarifying where do you have agreement, where don't you have an agreement, doing the sort. You all are experts on development agreements. It's kind of, what are those key negotiating points? And so we're going to spend some time on that today, but we just invite you to seek consensus and really articulate the areas where this team, that's what you are, this team has agreement. We're going to work hard to stay focused. If we find as facilitators that the discussion is going outside of the agenda topic or outside the question, we have this really fancy sheet of paper we call the bike rack. And we're going to encourage you, and it'll be included in our workshop report. We'll identify those items that need a discussion at a different time in a different place. Doesn't mean they're not important, but in order to accomplish what we're here to do, to stay focused, we're going to use that to support the conversation. We encourage you to model how we want others to act and listen with a high degree of curiosity. I got to say, I've been binging Ted Lasso. Has anybody seen that series on? You can stream it on one of the streaming services. And he's a coach that is coaching a losing soccer team in England. And the way that he promotes and supports his teammates is to encourage them to be curious, not judgmental, so that they can operate as a team with a growth mindset. So I really offer that to you in inviting questions rather than reacting to comments, but asking probing questions about what's behind someone's thinking and where did they hear that and where did they learn that. We're also going to invite you, and we've done that, we hope, to put away and silence your electronics until break time. We're going to have about 5 or 6 breaks today, so plenty of time to check those items. And as it relates to health protocols, if anybody has any expectations or concerns, we certainly can manage those through the course of the day. I'll just offer, John and I travel a lot for work, and so we're going to keep our distance from you all and be masked because we don't want to expose you, although we are testing regularly. But if there are any concerns about that, let us know and we can adjust and adapt. So with that, for the bike rack. Now we're going to jump into our icebreaker. I'm going to give the microphone to John.
Good morning. So your opportunity to think about a leader that you would most admire and why. And I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to just think about that. Jot down whoever it may be, and then why you believe that they are a person that you truly admire. So it can be anybody. It doesn't have to be, I mean, a lot of people jump to sports, but just take a minute, think about it. Think about who you most admire. The clock is on. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes.
Yeah, just who they are and why.
So who wants to go first? Katie, okay. Nina. She beat you to the punch.
Microphone, please. Microphone, please.
We'll start over. Okay. The leader that I admire is my father because he's a true leader. He's not in politics. He's not in anything else, but he has led our family in the most positive way that a person should. He's a strong leader. He's firm. You know, he was always firm with us, but it was so that we would go out into the world and, you know, not be disappointed too much. He would always offer solutions, you know, because I always had a big mouth. So I was always not agreeing with him sometimes. And he would always explain why he was asking me to do what he was asking me to do. He was very caring and he would listen to us, all of us, even though some of us at times didn't deserve to be listened to. He would listen and then he would make a decision and he would explain why that happened. But I think the most important thing is that he had a lot of love for our family. And that's the love that I feel I have for my community. So all of the things that I learned from him is what I try and bring to the city and to the city council. You know, strong decisions that are difficult at times, explaining what they are, listening to everyone, even though sometimes it's hard to listen to some folks when, you know, you're being attacked, but also understanding that people are frustrated because, you know, things that don't always go the way, you know, people expect. So yes, my leader's my dad, mi papa.
Is that working? Okay, great. So the leader that I most admire is the executive director at of the AIDS Foundation. She's not there anymore, but when I was working there, so working in HIV and AIDS as it's just as controversial, if not more, than working in local government. And she brought, well, she definitely brought caring, and she definitely focused on the positivity, you know, focus on what we can do and not what we can't do. And she was very clear about, so the organization adopted learning organization protocol, and it was fantastic. We learned so much. We were able to do some really great things within the confines of our work. And she, some of the things that she did were incredible. She helped write the Ryan White Care Act legislation for the federal government along with Ted Kennedy, and brought millions and millions of dollars into HIV and AIDS services. And she was very low key, really a very loving leader, you know, and we're still, the group that she created, we get together all the time. So she just created such great, sorry, I need more coffee. She just created a great culture within that group, within the entire organization. And we really suffered at points where we had to cut about 25% of our budget back when the .com bust happened, and people were laid off, and you know, something that was, people had to be let go, and something was going to be such a horrible situation. She was able to do it with such respect and caring that people who left felt like they had to be let go, but we gave them packages and supportive ways to help them find new work. So I was so afraid of that situation, what was going to happen, how ugly it would be. And it was just incredible that she was able to do it with such respect for people. And, you know, how do we bring that to government? That's always been my hope, that we could bring learning organizations to government. And so I'm still hopeful that we can. Thanks.
Thank you. You know, we had last year had this question asked, and I chose my father at that time. And I realized that he had passed on a lot of important ethics to his family, his children. And one that stands out for me is my younger brother, Tony, who has shown through the years such growth and such a way of bringing not only family together who have been spread out to the four winds, but has kept us together through many different mediums. And he's taken on a huge role in the city of Gualala, up in Northern California, there at Sea Ranch. And he has unified his work space with the many. It's an HOA, and so he deals with a lot of problems that the homeowners up there. He's bombarded with that, and then juggling their needs with the needs of his team, his staff that he works with, and he's able to unify and balance all of those challenges while living up there in a remote area, but a touristy area. So I've seen him grow through the years, and then running the art center up there with theater and stuff. So he kind of takes after me in that way. But anyway, he's my hero of the day today.
So is this on? I guess I would like to, the person that comes to mind probably won't let me mention them, but I would like to at least say happy birthday, Mom. Today is her birthday. Faraha Ya Kuzaliwa, thank you. And she wouldn't want me to talk about her. But I would say first leader that comes to mind is Dr. Ramona Bishop. And I think that the reason that I admire her so much is she's unapologetic about fighting for the Black community and really for kids, more importantly, all kids. And I think that the fundamental changes that she has made at the school district and how you treated what the school district used to call bad kids and really changing that trajectory in the system and changing thousands of lives and maybe thousands of families and a lot of kids. And just her work, she is relentlessly revolutionary in her thinking and unapologetically Black, and someone who I think is one of the greatest civil rights leaders here in the Bay Area, and someone that I really admire.
Good morning. Yes, I have a couple of people in mind as folks that I respect as leaders, both in my personal life and in my professional life. So I'll mention first the one that's my leader in my personal life, and I'm going to be emotional here. It's my mom. Although my father ruled, it was my mom that was the leader behind the scenes in a family of four women, four girls growing up in the Philippines with very traditional values. My mom, I looked up to her because she was a school principal. She passed away in 2014. So just a month ago, we celebrated her 8th death anniversary. So she's the one that comes to mind. She was firm, but also kind, very compassionate. And being an educator, she knew how to bring out the best in children. And she taught in a public school. And so that's where I learned the values of humility and looking at folks equally with the lens of looking at the potential of every child, whatever background they come from. And in a public school in the Philippines, a lot of them are very low-income families and low-income kids, some of them with special needs. As a mom, she was very somewhat strict. My dad was the more strict person in my family, but my mom was provided the balance. She was a listener. However, she let my dad take the credit for all the good things that happened in my family and all the achievements of me and my sisters having all immigrated to the United States many years ago. And so, yeah, loving and compassionate, and also very knows when to defer to my dad. So there's that mutual respect between them, and they were married for over 60 years. So what can I say? Can't beat that. The other person is in my professional life, my former boss, Laura Fowler. She was former administrator of mental health and also the the director of child welfare services for Solano County. And she was the one, she's a Jewish white woman, but really 30 years ago, the word of diversity, equity, and inclusion, she already practiced those values. And she mentored me and coached me to where I am today in the leadership role, also in Solano County. So she's, my leader in my professional life. And she's still around today and doing very well. So that's, thank you.
Mayor?
Well, it would be very difficult for me to select a single individual, and I can think of different individuals at different times in my life and different circumstances that have been examples of leadership for me. But if I have to speak about just one, I would say Benjamin Franklin. He was a self-educated person. He had extreme curiosity. He didn't accept status quo. He was always inquiring. He was extremely diplomatic. He was able to convince people of positions that they didn't particularly embrace to start with. He was very paced and practical in how he approached the solving of problems. And we probably have our republic to thank for him to this date because of his vision during the colonial times and his balance and his approach. So for me, a leader is not only a motivator, but it's somebody who thinks about the status quo and continuously challenges it. It's like directing a play where you think, do I want to move this person to my left or to my right or forward or backwards or turn this way or that way? You're always re-examining what's going on. And I think Benjamin Franklin was very accomplished at that. And it certainly helps me to phrase how I look at things because I've come to self-educate and know thyself by constantly looking at a situation and saying, am I right or am I wrong? And I have to be open to ideas that are different than what I might initially embrace. And that has occurred a number of times. And I think that's a mark of somebody who will accept change simply because they're open to listening.
Pippin?
Thank you. Yeah, there's, so many that I look up to and over the years. But there was one person recently that really just I was impressed with. And that is the superintendent for the Solano County Office of Education, Liat Estrella Henderson. She recently went in front of the Board of Supervisors with a request for ARPA funding for an early learning center here in Vallejo. And she had built this collaboration between the school district, Head Start, First Five, and County Office of Education. She was asking for support from the county as well, and as well as federal government, state, all kinds of different entities. And she, went under fire from the questions, and she handled it just with such grace and appreciation for the inquiries and the questions, no matter what angle they were coming from. And at the end, received a unanimous approval. So, and everybody was, just smiling at the end of it. So it was just really inspiring to watch that.
Okay. So a lot of different people, a lot of individuals will go. I mean, mother, father are always a huge influence. Yeah. I was gonna just like many people, mother, father is always a somebody that you learn from. It's kind of that first five that we talk about. They're the ones that have the greatest influence. So, Mr. Malone, you get to be next. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about that, and so I'm actually going to name three people. One is in my professional life, and the other two probably follows the theme that you heard about parents. So the professional person is a guy named George Bellhumer. He was a vice president at San Jose Water when I was hired. And he actually pushed me to go into management, also to go back to school, get my degree. And it was a constant theme, I think, during my time working for him, to have us always ask ourselves, can we do better? Can we deliver services to the community better? Can we improve our relationship with the community better than what we're doing today? And those things will kind of help me throughout my career. And it's something that I still carry high in my professional life. And the other two are actually my mother and stepfather. So my mother and stepfather, at one point in time, we were sharecroppers in the state of Arkansas. They had the vision or wisdom to leave Arkansas and move up to Northern Illinois so that they could hopefully provide us with more opportunities that were not available to them at the time. This was actually in the late 60s. A lot of things were happening in the country: Civil War, Civil Rights Movement, segregation in that part of the state was new. It's something I really didn't appreciate until later on in life. And when I look back and talked about the Great Migration and realized that we had been part of the Great Migration and how we all turned out. So my mom had 9 kids, 7 girls, 2 boys. 6 of us finished college. For an African-American family of that size, no one ever got struck out on drugs. No one has been in jail. So I think my mom was an inspiration for us to do the best that we can and make her proud and make our kids or relatives around us proud. She was really inspiration for family and doing good things. And she also believed you need to give back. It's an important thing for her to give back and count your blessings, right? But remember the people who are less fortunate and give back at every opportunity.
Ms. Knapp.
Well, I should probably stick with the theme and talk about my parents, but I will, I'll spare everybody that, only to say my college educated mother, who was a officer in the US Navy and a World War II veteran, married my 7th grade educated father, who had to drop out of school to support his parents and during, hard times in New York City after they had immigrated to this country, were a together interesting force. And I'll leave that one there. Both leaders, both trying to lead, not always in the same direction, certainly, but definitely presented a team and stayed together until my mother's death. So I think that they were inspiration for how to move through things and how to reach compromise and decision making when you didn't always see things the same way. But I want to speak about one other person whose name I can't even remember, which is kind of unique to say this person is a leader whose name I can't remember, but I cannot remember her name. She was a professor in the college that I went to in undergrad. And she taught a class I'm going to say barely interested in, but was a required course for my major. But the thing that she did do besides teaching that class was kind of go above and beyond. She was one of those people who looked at a classroom of students and could instantly, in talking to people, evaluate need and what it was that someone needed beyond their classroom instruction. And one of the things that she was very good at was addressing life perspective. And I think that that's important, because I think as we move through issues, when we lose perspective, we find that it's very hard to reach solutions when everyone has lost perspective and is entrenched. And so I think for her, teaching the issue of perspective, to take that step back, to look at what you are doing in the whole scheme of your life or your project, and having the opportunity to take a breath, look at what we're trying to accomplish, or look at what the problem is in terms of the entire scheme, and reevaluate. And that's what I learned from her. And I can't even remember her name, but it was a very important skill.
Okay. So I think if I remember all of the comments, that there's a lot of commonality in the people that you truly admired as leaders. And a lot of that is that they were obviously great listeners. I mean, it's something that is one of the true characteristics of a leader, at least from my perspective. So I think that kind of gives everybody a little insight into each other, I hope, as to who you think are great leaders for your time. So with that, unless you have other comments, I mean, please insert if you wish. Now's the time. Okay.
Well, as John said, it's good. There's a lot of similarity. In addition to great listeners, I heard two other things. The other was caring, loving, caring, empathetic, committed, dedicated. And then the third item was, none of you came out and used the word bold, but all of them had to lean in to significant challenges, lean into non-traditional roles, had to lean into a problem, had to negotiate with, 30 different people on a HOA and how you repair a roof. And I'm telling you, that's tougher than a city council meeting sometimes. So anyway, thank you for that. And it just gives you an opportunity to hear from one another in that regard too. So now we're going to jump into this team, the Vallejo City Council as a team. Before we do that, does anybody feel like you're on a team? I'm just asking for the candid feedback. Do you feel like the council is a team, and do you feel like you're a team member on the team? Okay, thank you, Councilmember Diaz. Anybody else? Councilmember Ariola, do you feel like you're a team member on a team? Yes. Okay.
Microphone, please.
Sorry.
Okay, let's just pause here. The microphones are kind of tripping up the flow. So when you're talking, I'm doing the same thing. We'll remember to turn on the microphones. So I heard there's the aspiration. Yes, I want to be on a team. I believe we're on a team. I heard the other. Sometimes I feel like I'm on a team. Sometimes I don't feel like I'm on a team. Mayor, do you feel like you're on a team and you're a team member?
Yes to both questions, but I also have the added requirement to try to balance the different interests and pursuits of the team and to try to draw out of that some commonality. And so I very much listen to all of the other 6 people to see what the common theme is, because I know that if there's a value or a goal or a desire that is way out there that doesn't seem to be addressed by other people, it's probably a personal concern of an individual member, and I probably won't be able to get consensus out of it. So listening is very much a part of being a team member, but it's even more critical for somebody who has to share.
Okay, great. Vice Mayor.
Question.
Do you believe that the Vallejo City Council is a team, and do you feel like you're a team member on that team?
Yes, I am a team member of that team.
Mm-hmm.
For better, for worse, we're here together for at least the next at least until through beginning of January next year. So I feel that we as a team need to work together. And there will be ideas and topics where we will disagree.
Yeah.
But I think the common thread and the common ground is where we need to focus on as a team.
Right. Where you have agreement. You're not going to always agree on everything, but sorting those issues for decision making.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
I would say it kind of depends. I think in the sense that I do feel like we're a team in the sense that we all have been elected to work on a team. So we are, whether we like it or not, on a team from that standpoint. But if you go a little bit deeper, I mean, as you know, I played football growing up on some pretty good teams. And to me, if you say a team, you know, I think of that team and a winning team. We, you know, fought together, played together. You know, if we had a conversation, it stayed on the team, you know, there was trust there. And so, you know, I think that it also made me think of like the Warriors compared to, let's say, I don't know, a team that didn't make the playoffs and how they operate, you know, moving the ball, working together. So we're a team in the sense that we are a team, whether we like it or not. Now, are we a good functioning team that's getting things done and scoring touchdowns is a different question. Sometimes, you know,
we're going to get there.
Yeah. But I think that all starts with trust. And I think that there are, you know, from leaked things during closed session, that there's some trust lacking, that as a team, if we're in a locker room and we have a conversation, it's got to stay in the locker room, you know, and we need to all work on that if we want to score touchdowns, because we're not scoring. So team in a sense, but good team that's scoring touchdowns.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's fair. Okay. Councilmember Dew.
Yeah, I would echo Councilmember Brown's comments and add to that consistency in what my colleagues say sometimes is lacking, which breaks trust. So, or a lack of transparency over why they voted a certain way with no comments behind it to help me understand why they're voting that way. Or like, you know, when I say consistency, hearing one thing in closed session and then we go out on the dais and the vote's completely different than what was said in closed session. And so it leaves me feeling like, okay, which one's accurate and why the change, and no comments behind it to help me understand that. But yes, we're definitely a team. Our sole purpose is to improve Vallejo and do the best we can for our community. And just making sure we all understand how we're coming about that is hard to accomplish, I think.
Yeah, right. But obviously the shared interest. Councilmember Meissner.
Too many things over here. Absolutely, we're a team. As everyone has said, we've all been elected, so we are brought together by the community. Whether or not, yes, I will also say whether or not we're a functioning team or not. I do agree that the closed session discussions, when they were brought out in open session, when there's new information brought out that wasn't discussed in closed session, we don't have the opportunity to, because we can't talk about what the issue was. And so that's been a real frustration for me. And what, you know, one of the things I must say is that, you know, the newer council members, you know, they were elected during COVID, and then we were remote for how many, you know, a year and a half. And there's really challenging. You can't create that camaraderie, like, hey, you know, a comment, you know, hey, you know, or just a question about something, or just that camaraderie, you know, that you just can't, it was impossible to develop over Zoom. And, but one of the things I want to say as well, and it's a challenge for all of us, and it's a challenge for me, is that social media, it has become really toxic. And I see sometimes council members brought into that. And it's so hard, but I would suggest that we maybe need to make a pact that we don't start doing that, or discussing future council agenda items before they're brought to the public. I think it's actually even a violation of the Brown Act. So I kind of feel like we need some different ground rules, not just for this council, but the world has become a really challenging place. When I first got elected, social media Facebook was kind of there, but I just used it to, you know, take pictures of my precinct walking, you know, and it's become so different. And I just think that for us and for future councils, we just need some kind of agreement to how we're going to operate. So I think that would help a lot.
That's a tangential issue. And we are going to talk about it later this afternoon with a comprehensive citywide communication strategy. And there are boundaries and ground rules and key messages and commitments and et cetera. But I hear from all of you, everybody's committed to the interests of Vallejo. Everybody believes they've been elected to the council and it's a team and they believe that they're a team member on that team, but there's definitely this feeling of uncertainty around the performance of the team. Please.
I'm going to stick to your question. I see us as a baseball team per se. We all want to win. We all bat differently. We have our own style. It's unique. I may not like the way, the others bat. They might not like the way I bat, but the key is to get you said basket or yeah, same concept. We want to get to the end. And I think that respect plays a big key in a team.
It does.
So if we can have a team that respects how each other bats and then just roots for each other when we do something good, that's what a team is. We support each other. Don't agree. Once we leave the council chambers, you leave it there.
Mm-hmm.
You leave it there on the council and then you go on with your lives. And anyways, I do think we're a team.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're becoming a better team. It's hard to do stuff in COVID. I mean, this was all new to me. I played catch up that first year, just trying to go back and look at everything that had been done by those folks that were already on there and trying to understand things. So I think I'm at a point right now where I understand it and you can build the team a little bit more. And sometimes you agree with some more than others, and that's okay. But the winning part is going to be to get Vallejo to be safe, prosperous, everything that we all want for our city is going to be what we were elected to do. And that's the key to remember. We were elected to do a job. And as long as we do that, that's a winning team.
And respect comes in word, it comes in body language, it comes in commitments made in open session, closed sessions, and then abiding by ground rules, et cetera. Great. Thank you for your candor. So I want to offer a mental model. I'm a big fan of mental models because I'm a visual person. Anyway, quickly, some of you have raised this already, but some of the interest that you expressed in our interviews as we prepared for this session were you're interested in improving the trust. We just heard that, and collaboration. We talked earlier about one of the objectives that the council has an interest to improve team cohesion. We just heard the language around respect. Civility is critical. You get to be the mothers and fathers of the community. And when moms and dads fight, causes distress in an organization, it causes distress in a community. When moms and dads can work as a team and collaborate, it allows, number one, people to feel comfortable, confident, and happy, but they also take more risks. And that's where we see innovation. Also to reaffirm council and staff roles, and John is going to walk through that specifically, the roles of the mayor, council, city attorney, city manager. And then you all indicated we need to focus. We need to do like one or two things. We need to focus on that and we need to get results. So, and we agree. John and I agree. And then lastly, this area is part of your storming and norming, but it does take great discipline on the part of the council, as well as those that are acclimating into a council member role. And that's exercising discipline to remain focused at 30,000 feet, not at 1, not at 5, not at 10, not at 100, and staying focused on that. The analogy I use is like, you don't want the pilot to worry about if someone spilled in row 7E. Let the people whose job that is pick that, because the pilot's got to get to the destination. So onto our mental models. Why is governance important? You all know this. Some of you shared this in the interview. Some of you talked about it today. Vision achievement, strategic direction, focus. You all want to see results, and results feeds public trust. People say, I want something. You say, great, we're going to do it. And then you do it. And they're like, yay, we're going to come to another public meeting and give you our input. Regional collaboration influence. Organizations that govern productively get a lot of chits at the state level and federal level. And the more you get done, the more interested entities are interested in funding, providing grant resources, because they don't have the concerns that the work is not going to be accomplished, those resources. And then lastly, This is one of the goals we'll talk about later today, that this group identified for this 2022 priority, and that's retaining and attracting talent. So has anybody read this book, The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team by Patrick Lencioni? And so he's a leadership guru. I'm sure he does sessions at Harvard now, and he does training sessions around the world, talking about his analysis of teams and what he feels are the 5 critical elements that undermine teams, and then conversely can really identify a high-performing team. The first is, we're going to start at the bottom, is the absence of trust. If you can't trust the people that you're with, if you don't behave in a trustworthy way, if your goal is to set someone up, if your goal is to expose someone, if your goal is to win, in spite of the team's interests, that's going to be a problem. It's foundational. Second, and we see this a lot in staff teams, fear of conflict. Because people assume that conflict has to be emotional and personal and negative, instead of, hey, wait a minute, I don't think we have clarity on this motion. You know, I've heard 2 different things. What's the motion that we're taking action on? And that question is an assumption that someone's done something wrong, but rather we just need clarity around that. So fear of conflict. Lack of commitment, right? You got your meeting ground rules. So if everybody abides by the meeting ground rules, you're committed, right? If you guys today, you commit, you say, yep, this is our top goal for 2022. And then you leave the meeting 2 weeks from now, and you give the interim city manager, or you give your city attorney, your only 2 employees, you give them 5 new things. Wait a minute. I thought we picked this 1 or 2. Okay. Avoidance of accountability. So, and when we meet with your staff team after today's session, after you gain consensus, you're not making a decision today. You're just providing this is like a work session. You're providing preliminary direction. The final document will come back to you in a formal meeting. We're going to work with your team on what are those milestones? What are those timeframes, right? As well as what we heard in our interviews, we're really, how is this team holding each other accountable? Do you know how? If someone behaves disrespectfully at the dais, do you pause? Consult? How are you going to do that? And then inattention to results. Inattention to results is your performance. I mean, we really encourage, who said growth mindset? Katie, Councilmember Meissner, you said one of the things that you really admired about the executive director of the AIDS Foundation was the culture of that growth mindset that she fostered in the organization. And one of the things that we observe regularly with staff teams as well as elected officials is really giving themselves the break to learn as a team. And how are they after your next council meeting, after the session? Are you going to gather and just kind of for 15 minutes say, how did it go? What were the high points? What were the low points? What are the things we can do to improve? Go ahead, Councilmember Meissner.
Yeah, and one of the things that was really important in that organization and in learning culture, learning organization, was the idea of executive limitations, where the board, I feel like we're the board, and we had the board give us limitations, and it was the box. We had to stay within that box, but within that box, we were able to do, without breaking laws, but that was part of the executive limitations, to really it was a really great way to help staff be creative. And so that's my hope, is that at some point we can figure out today, just more clarity about, we're talking about the roles, right? Clarity about what we should be doing, what staff should be doing, and how we communicate that, and how I think clarity is really important.
It is.
I think really important. And then for not just us, but for future councils, because I've been on council for 9 years, going to council meetings since 2003. And I still feel like there's not clear understanding. When people get elected, it'd be great to have some kind of a document or
Sure.
something, that's not really dense, but just.
And we can get into some of that. We'll
Okay.
put some of those items. In fact, we should put that in the parking lot, just the orientation manual for new members. And we have all kinds of good resources for that because we totally agree. Getting people ready to play. So as far as the 5 dysfunctions, does this seem like a model that we can use for our discussion this morning? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Okay. Okay, good. So again, high performance teams, they trust one another. They lean into disagreement with a focus on solutions. I lean into a disagreement with John, and I say, John, tell me more about why you think we should do exercise 6 on this agenda. I don't understand based upon the themes that I heard. I don't say, John, I that's dumb. Work to achieve buy-in, and this is that. I always think of like a term sheet and a development agreement, kind of doing the sort. Kind of where do we have agreement? Okay, we have agreement on these 3 things. These 5 we don't. Can we take action on this policy with the 3? Do we need to have a study session? And really, you as a group figuring out how are you going to navigate doing that sort and consensus building. You're not all supposed to agree. In fact, if you're all agreeing, he's not doing his job, right? Because you need to have that open discussion and dialogue. But you also need to agree that you want to move the ball. Okay? Holding one another accountable, we talked about focusing on shared interests, not individual interests. Being right is never worth sacrificing the success of a team. Being right is never worth sacrificing the success of a team. And then enjoy and respect each other. Celebrate wins. This is the thing we see people miss out on all the time. You go through a meeting, you've done a 3-hour meeting. I've heard you, I know. We're talking about that next. We're talking about that next. So then you celebrate the 3-hour meeting. Do it. Do it at the Diaz. Celebrate together. Feel good about something that all of you accomplished. And I got to tell you, and this is me speaking, not management partners, I don't give a hoot. You got an election in November. You all got to govern. And there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. You had some pretty critical comments raised by members of the public. You got a lot of work to do in the next 10 months. Protect one another by telling the truth. And you can do that in a respectful, engaging way. Take time to examine and review issues from different angles. And the mayor was talking about that. He said, well, my role is a little different. I'm kind of managing all these interests, and there's real value. I've seen mayors do fabulous jobs, better than any president, better than any member of Congress or Senate, that will literally articulate, we have these 7 interests. We have identified these are areas of shared interest. We're going to take action because of this, but honoring all those interests, but still moving the needle. Appreciate and honor different views, and use humor and have fun. If you're at the Diaz and you're miserable and you're not smiling and it's painful and your hands in your head, it's distressing. So with that, what we'd like to do now, I'll stop my review and lecturing here. We would like you all to spend some time thinking about these questions. And you have pens and paper, or if you want to use your phones and type it in your notes, whatever your preference is. And we'd like you to answer the following. What areas does the council need to improve to heighten performance? I'll pop back up the Lencioni mental model. Where is council operating at optimal performance? As frustrated as you may be on various areas, there are areas you're probably doing well, or you can provide examples of different decisions that the group made that were successful based on that paradigm. And what actions should council take to improve team performance? Team performance. And we're going to have you do this on your own for 10, 15 minutes. And then we're going to have you pair up, and I'm going to have you get up and move around a little bit. And you're going to share share your thoughts, and then we're going to report out as a large group. So any questions on what we're doing? I'll jot down these questions on a facilitation chart. I'm going to pop back to this mental model. Would that be helpful? Sure. Okay. Sure. Why don't we go back to the questions? I'll let you get started, and then we'll move to the mental model when you meet with your teammates. Okay. All right. Talk to you again in about 10, 15 minutes. Okay, I'm making random assignments. So how about Councilmember Pippin, you join Councilmember Diaz. And then, oh, there's an odd number though. Yeah, no, I know. I was just thinking, it just hit me. They're always an odd number too, so it's strange it would just hit me. How about Mayor, Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Brown, and then Katie, Tina. Meissner. No, I'm just. So the two of you guys want to get up and move around? Yeah. You can share your remarks for about 5 minutes, and then we'll do some note taking. Okay, 1 minute warning. Another 1 minute. Just do a 5 minute restroom email check, and then we'll come back and share themes. There. Welcome back. All right, let's hear from the teams, your pairs. We're going to pair up again, and we're going to mix you up in different with a different teammate. But I'll just let y'all shout it out. So, where does the council need to improve to heighten team performance? Who would like to start? Councilmember. What?
Yes. So Pippin and I, Councilmember Dew and I, we had a lot of the same things, but I think that we need to improve on explaining our votes.
On explaining votes.
Yes.
Okay.
We owe our community and our fellow council members the opportunity to understand why votes are done a certain way. And I think that that would unite us as a team when we're able to maybe not agree, on the vote that a person does, but at least understand where they're coming from.
Share that rationale.
Yes,
Share the rationale. Can I offer a friendly edit? Concise with concise, brief language. Okay. Yeah. Concise, brief language. Maybe even a time limit, potentially. Wonderful. Okay. Other themes around what areas does the council need to improve to heighten team performance? Go ahead, Councilmember Meissner.
Microphone, please.
Sorry about that. Yes. So objectively listen to the public and follow meeting protocol and be respectful.
Okay, so tell me more. I'm not following objectively listening to the public. Tell me more. Give me an example.
Well, that was maybe Councilmember Ariola.
Yeah, Councilmember Ariola here. So it with regards to the community and their concerns, I think we really need to show truly and honestly our that we are listening to our community, whether it's on the speakerphone or our community members that speak in person, that to give them and we've had some bumps at a few council meetings with some egregious behavior, but that said, we should not shun them, and we should always be mindful of their concerns.
So if someone is abiding by the rules of protocol, they're using respectful behavior, your role is one of intake on the interest. You're going to keep your cameras on, or you're going to keep your eyes on them. You're not looking at your phone. You're not talking to your neighbor. Is that just the behaviors around that? Okay, that's clear to me now.
And then also, I think just as to tag along, I think if we're explaining our votes, why we vote the way we do, that the public would, if it's for or if it's not the direction of the public, at least they know why.
Yeah.
I think that's an important point.
Rationale. Perfect.
And then also, I think it's really important to follow, following meeting protocol, getting concise reports from staff. Those are two separate things. Making sure that we follow meeting protocol, public comments closed, it stays closed, that kind of stuff. And then having council report, we have very long meetings, so having reports that are as short as possible. But
yeah, and there are some best practices on staff reports. I mean, your staff is committed to transparency, so they're going to lay it all out, right? Yeah. I mean, I just heard there's an 800-page packet. Woohoo! It's all there. But there are practices to provide, no more than 2-page summary documents, links to supporting documentation, and whatever your parameters and protocols are.
And I think what Katie was being more precise was with the presentations during council meetings.
Yeah.
The long ones.
So
because our meetings are so long that those just need to be in and out.
Okay. So, and that's like is 15 minutes? Is that appropriate?
Yeah, I think so. It really depends on the topic.
Okay.
And it also depends on, there's give and take as well. So, we're expecting a really long meeting. We might need to say, public comment needs to be 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Because these are business meetings. Everything has to be conducted in the public. these are business meetings and we have to get business done. And as long as we have 2:30 a.m. meetings and continue things to the next meeting, we're just really stopping up the.
Okay. And I'm just gonna pause here to say that is not a best practice. And we're going to talk about that, some tactics or approaches to deal with that issue, but clearly concise, clear presentations. The other piece we're going to tee up is the issue. You're all busy. You all have full-time jobs. This is voluntary. It's a huge commitment. You're, representative of all the values of servant leadership, but you don't learn at the business meeting. So if there's study sessions or informational meetings or those, we're going to encourage you to take care of those. You don't learn about a policy topic at the business meeting. That is not, and it's not good customer service to your residents. It is not good customer service to your residents. Okay. Okay. What else do we have? Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. When staff is sending out material that relates to the agenda, especially PowerPoint presentations, that is given to council members all at the same time. No one should get a presentation of staff ahead of time. No council member. It has to be all even, all equal.
All council members get the same information
at the same
time. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. No, that's a best practice.
And let's see. Well, we have rules and agreements on code of ethics, et cetera, as in terms of.
And I saw that you did now after we met with you last year. It's on the agenda.
Right.
Do you read them at the beginning of the meeting?
No, we don't.
We don't. Okay. If there's a I want to say violation, or if there's a misstep around the code of violation, how is that handled?
It would have to be handled through a point of order or the chair exercising independent discretion to call somebody out.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
and then
I'm kind of reluctant to do that because I believe in public comment and availability and open forum. But if there's a point of order, I'm certainly going to address it.
Yeah. Well, if you have people participating in the meeting and they're not abiding by the code of ethics, you own holding them.
We have in the past, but I tell you, it's been so long since I've read that code of ethics. I kind of need to go back and do it again. And maybe if we had them on the walls of the council members' chambers, it would help.
Yeah. Yeah. There are actually some jurisdictions that have them framed in the back of the room. Yeah, and so this group is coming back together to the council chambers so that you can use those. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Other items?
Yeah, and which is that number 3, or we're going to number 1?
No, which one are we on?
I think we're still in 1. Should we pop into where is council operating at optimal performance?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think the council as a group is prepared when they come to the chamber. I think almost everybody has read the staff report, is familiar with it, unlike past councils. And I want to commend the council for doing that because it does help move the meeting quicker. And one of the things I try to do is to move the meeting as fast as I can because I know we're probably going to be there until midnight or 2 o'clock, and I try to cut down on that. I like the idea of study sessions being used more often because I think it accomplishes 2 things. It gives council and the public the ability to become acquainted with the issue and to ask questions. And then after the study session has been completed, you get to go back and reflect upon it and you come up with additional ideas maybe you didn't think about during that session. So I would really encourage the greater use of study sessions, particularly on complex and more controversial subjects.
Yeah, and there are a lot of regulatory requirements for the state of California related to housing element, different planning requirements, CEQA, that it takes time and it's hard to keep all of that information stored for a 2 or 3 year period. Go ahead, Councilmember Du.
On that note, I would just like to encourage the council to really use the resources that are available to all of us through Cal Cities. I mean, we have just webinars every month on a variety of topics. You can go to, we have the May meeting coming up in Sacramento, where there will be a variety of workshops over the course of 2 days that really dive in deep to a lot of the issues that we're dealing with here in the city of Vallejo. And so I just really would encourage everyone, and with National League of Cities too. I mean, we can have, for example, the REAL program, we can have that brought to and taught to us, having implicit bias training brought to us. Like, we don't always have to go to these conferences to get that education. We can have that education brought to us and do like study sessions around these different topics, and have it, you know, as an educational forum that's open to the public too, so that the public can see the same education that we're getting.
I just want to ask, is that something that you can invite your new fellow council members to, or shared meeting invites?
Yep. We actually are having a meeting on April 27th for the North Bay Division here in Vallejo. And
That's
I did
awesome.
send out that invitation to everybody. I had Dawn send that out last week. So if you haven't RSVP'd, please do so.
Yeah, because there are others to learn from that have gone through all of these bumps and stumbles and trips, and it's normal. It's normal to learn.
Yep.
So let that piece happen. Good. Other comments on? Go ahead.
Go
Go ahead.
Sorry. Additional comment on what's working optimal. I just wanted to commend, the if not twice a month meetings, the city manager and city attorney and Gillian and Terrence meet with us individually, and I think they do that with all the council members. So I think that also prepares us for what's coming up on the agenda, what the hot topics are. And so I think that's been very helpful. So I wanted to give kudos to the executive team for doing that. And I think my fellow council members agree. So.
And this is a best practice.
Yes.
This is a best practice. Take advantage of it.
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilmember Brown.
Are we answering question number 1 or question 2? Because almost
So
I
we've
heard
kind of
question
been
2.
jumping in between, just allowing you all just to deposit.
Okay.
So we started with 1 and then we had someone jump into 2. So if you have something you want to share on 1, let's do that.
Yeah, let me look at my picture. I mean, I don't know if I have anything to share on 1. Where is the council operating at optimal performance? I can't share anything because I'm not, I think that I really don't have. I think I would agree with the vice mayor on senior staff's commitment to making sure that we have the information that we need. And I also agree with the mayor's point that, you see people prepared and people have read, he's probably better, he's a veteran at understanding if you haven't read but I can never tell. So, unless you're asking questions that are already in the packet. So I think that those are good points. I would say for number 2, what areas does the council need to improve to heighten team performance? Well, I think it would just go back to some of the things that right here on the 5 dysfunctions of a team, which is an excellent book that I hope everybody on council will take the time to read. But I would start with, if you're going to have an optimal team, and I'm glad that you all kind of took it back to team, because for me, it's really simple. I'm not all everywhere. I'm just team equals winning, scoring, buckets, touchdowns. If you're not, let's fire everybody because you guys aren't winning, and so I think that from that standpoint, we do need to work on some of the pillars of that absence of trust, and I think that starts with the council meeting and really closed session. I think the fact that I know that closed session things are leaking, I never say what I've on my mind. And that's changed. I refuse to. Why would I ever do that if I can't look at everybody in the room and know that it's staying airtight? Because it used to be airtight. And you need to have a place where we can have a frank conversation. And if it's all going to be for the cameras, we'll never really have any accountability as well. And I think that that's half of it. And I also think that so having that trust with each other and also having the respect, and, that's important. It made me think of our last council meeting. At the last council meeting, someone screamed from the crowd, "House nigger, you a house nigger." There was no timeout, kick that person out. You went and hugged that person, and I think that for me as a Black man here in America, that's unacceptable. It's hard for me to feel like there's trust or respect. And this is coming from the same people that, if we're going to speak quite frankly, are the same ones that some people on council are saying, that's the community. They're the ones who should be speaking. And I think that from my standpoint as a Black man, I don't see enough people of color speaking from the community who are usually speaking. And the ones who are of color are usually aligned with the people who aren't of color. And so that for me, that's just one very small example of lack of trust there and lack of respect. Because when the Black community hears that, it's hard for them to believe there's trust and respect, number one, for the Black member, but it's hard for me to build trust. You know, it made me think of my high school team. We were almost a championship team. When we go to different schools and play, they call us niggers. You know, we'd all be fighting. To this day, I have some ex-teammates who I would consider white supremacists in my mind, far, far, far right. But if they heard someone call me a nigger, they're not gonna like it. You know, they're gonna say something, because that's just a team building that you need to have. And if we're not all on that least level of this is where we're at, we're gonna have a hard time building that team, I think.
So I'm going to just pause right here. There was a lot there. I am just managing my own discomfort with the use of the word right now. So I'm going to get past that. But the issue is, it sounds like it's around the topic, and that's my phone that I said everybody needed to silence their phone.
Yeah, that's okay.
I asked it before, but the question is, what are the parameters on accountability? So, if someone is not abiding by the code of conduct, are they muted, regardless of who they are? I mean, you don't hold people accountable because they're nice, or you like them, or you hold them accountable because you don't like them, or they're a challenge. But I think the real question, and I'm going to ask John to put it on the bike rack, is in addition to the code of conduct and then, managing the Zoom piece, that the code of conduct in the midst of a council meeting where you have a live audience. How do you do that? What do you, because it sounds like there wasn't a plan. This has happened. And so now, in order to prevent it from reoccurring, coming up with some type of guidelines. I think of the simple thing of, you have a hot issue, and the city manager sits down with the fire chief and says, we're going to have a packed room. We got a max capacity of 400. Right. How do we get ready for the viewing and people sitting outside, and et cetera? So anyway.
So that's part of accountability. But from my standpoint, what I was trying to give an example of, usually on the team, you don't hear people screaming from the stands the N-word. Mm-hmm. And then the people on your team embracing those same people are saying, that's my community. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's hard to create that community because that's lacking. You know what I mean? Like, if I had supporters who were screaming things that were disrespectful to women, I would say something to my supporters, or Hispanics, or whomever. I would say, no, we don't get down like that. You guys are not going to be doing that. That does not match my value system. And so until we do that, I really have concerns about how we're operating as a team.
So can we add then to where does the council need to improve performance? It's reviewing the code of conduct and having the council sign off on it, so that there's a clear commitment, there's an understanding.
We have people yelling racial things, and this is not the first time, I hate to say it, this is not the first time that I've had to hear racial stuff. That we are like, that person should be removed. That person, and I can't tell you who to be friends with, but when I see someone embracing someone who just called me a house nigga,
I hear you.
It's hard for me to think we're on the same team or any of that. Accountability. I think that once again, a team has to be judged on results. One of the things I'm proud of is that we passed the agreement for Southern Land. I think that was huge. That was my one ask of council last year, and I'm glad that we were able to get there. So that's not a small win. So I don't want to minimize that. But that being said, I just, in a lot of different aspects of our past goals, just holding ourselves accountable. Like, are we moving forward on these things? Or are we scoring touchdowns, or are we not? And then I think the last one for optimal performance is leadership, and making sure that that number one, we are leading the community, and really as we deal with staff and making sure, I think the vice mayor said, make sure, there's nothing wrong with holding someone accountable. I wouldn't necessarily throw one of my employees under the bus in front of the public. I've learned as a small business owner, not a good idea, seriously. And so I would say that we should not be doing that as leaders. And we should be, just making sure that we are promoting our team and helping build our team, because they're the ones who really do the work, and once again, I will say that I had a conversation with some executives and they spoke about, there was a word for it. I forgot the word, but they basically used a word for when you don't really work. You're working, but you're not working. And what caused them to do that, they said, was number one, when their bosses tell them to do something over and over again, the same thing. That they said that basically you're done by noon because you're not even paying attention. And I would agree with that on average, if I tell someone to climb up this hill, the first time they'll go all out. The fourth or fifth time, I don't know. And once again, it's like we're asking staff to just hear, you're already juggling these things. Here's 5 more things. Juggle that too. On top of that, I want you to rejuggle this. And so I think that from that standpoint, if we want to improve our optimal performance.
It's the issue of focus.
Yeah, let me follow up on this public comment part, because as chair, it falls on me most heavily to implement. I've conferred heavily with both the city attorney and the city manager about the requirements of First Amendment procedure. And as I understand it, basically we have to go through a 3-step process. 1, don't do that. 2, sit down. Otherwise, I'm having the sergeant of arms come over and admonish you. And 3, you're out of here. I can't really throw somebody out the first time, no matter what or how offensive or hateful the speech is. And part of it is I don't see a sergeant of arms out there, and we've talked about this with the city manager. You know, there's police standing way in the back. You can't see way in the back because of the lighting is improper. So you can't tell who's back there, who's not back there, plus people are in the way. We have a sign up there that says you're supposed to sit down, and seating capacity, I think, is 402 or something like that. But we don't implement it. We never have. And it's not, we're never going to not see people standing in the aisles. And we're certainly not going to see people not protesting, because we're probably going to have one Tuesday night. I need backup as a chair and not only from council, but from staff especially, to have an established procedure, to have identifiable people, and to be consistent in that procedure, and to have everybody back the same procedure.
Good.
And when you have a room full of people screaming, yelling, epitaphs, pushing over equipment, if you push back too heavy, you're going to have a riot.
Yeah. So I don't want to get into the detail here. We're doing intake, but that's something that you're going to need to talk about as a group, and not only talk about and establish policies and procedures, but then have a shared understanding here so everybody knows how that's going to happen. And it's not, all the pressure isn't on you per se, Mayor, and we don't need to get into the detail now, but that needs to be addressed. And it's a common issue that occurs across the country, certainly pre-COVID, but we know with COVID and with some of the uncivil behaviors of national leaders over the last 6-8 years, we've seen more of that uncivil behavior at a local level. So these are great remarks. Any other comments on where is council operating at optimal performance? What areas does council need to improve to heighten team performance? And then what actions will a council take to improve team performance?
Well, one thing I think would be the staff report changing. It's much too verbose. Yes, it's nice to have the material, but it should be available in exhibits with a link. The staff report should be much more succinct, like the executive summary, what funds it does or doesn't impact, what the cost is, the who, what, why, where, when, how.
Okay,
that's good. Of a journalistic report.
Who, what, where.
And the thing that drives me crazy is when staff gets up there and they read the PowerPoint, which we've all read before. Maybe, we have to bring the public along. I understand that. But, to sit there and have to listen to somebody read what I've already read 3 times maybe drives me crazy.
Okay.
And, we do have a 20-minute limitation on council comments, which has been exceeded several times. Maybe we should think about shortening that to 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll add that too. What other actions? Reduce city council comment time to 10 minutes. I think it sounds like that would be an excellent way to reduce those meetings, because you should not be meeting past 11 p.m. Nothing good happens after 11 p.m. Go ahead.
Since we're talking about staff reports, I, for one, and I'm not sure if this is even the place to mention this, but I would like to see the staff report where we get the recommendation. I would like to see pros and cons. You know,
okay.
we get a staff report that says, you know, this is what we recommend, but I want to know what the pros are and what the cons are, because we're not the specialists. You know, we rely on staff and their expertise. So I'd like to hear what the good things are and what the bad things are.
Sure.
I think it would make our decisions a lot easier, and maybe we could move the meetings faster if we have it there.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
I think you bring up a great point. Very fascinating. My only concern would be, how do we guard against? I'm
going to run the meeting now.
Okay, I'm
Councilmember
sorry.
Brown.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a question.
We're just going to do intake.
Okay.
We're not going to get into, and there's nothing wrong with your comments, just so we can move the meeting along. Go ahead.
Yeah, better use of social media. I know many of us have individual Facebook accounts, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, you're right. You're all on council now, and the stuff you say represents council. So go ahead, Councilmember Meissner.
Yeah, sort of in that same vein. So, you know, oftentimes we're having 4-3, 4-3, 5-2 votes. You know, we're not, it just shows that we have difference of opinion. But I think with social media, and then so when things are not that clear for staff, it gets really difficult for staff, you know, and what I've seen is that an individual council member might say, but I asked you to do X or Y or Z. But I think council needs to understand that, especially in this particular climate where we've got controversial stuff and changes in there's a lot of change coming before us. You know, that's just the nature of the beast. Staff needs clear direction. And that means if there's something that an individual council member wants that may be a little bit dicey around a controversial issue, it has to be a vote. And I've seen informational items come to council when it was sort of turned into a vote. Like, no, that's informational item. And if there's something that a particular council member wants to have voted on, it needs to be voted on. Otherwise, it's not staff direction. And that makes it really challenging, I think, for staff.
Okay. So just having greater clarity, and we can talk about that on meeting management, the difference between information requests versus motions, and then formal actions by the council. Right. Okay, anything else on the response to these three questions? Councilmember Dew.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of the items in the pillar could be addressed with clear goals. If we have a clear vision, then, you know, we know what those results are that we're looking for, how they support the clear vision. We have accountability, we have commitments, we are committed to the high level, right? So definitely not going into the weeds. That's not our job. I mean, I think that a lot of council members get caught up in that. We hear from the community all the time, like you'll see on Facebook all the time, well, what are you doing to fix the homeless? What are you doing to fix the illegal dumping? You know, all these other things. And that is not our job. Like, we are not supposed to be, you know, as volunteers, it's great if we have that time available to go and do that, but that is not our job. Our job is to set the policy direction and set those goals so that staff knows how to execute and how to implement our resources effectively. And when we have, you know, individuals running off in different directions to show what they're doing, it's an individual thing, right? And it's taking away from the team when you do that.
Got it. Councilmember Ariola.
Right. So that's great on a larger scale, but in the chambers itself, what I find most distracting is not the audience members. What I find most distracting is council members reading on their phones, texting on their phones, or playing solitary chess on their phones or on their laptop while I'm trying to listen to the community, listen to the staff report, and listen to presentations that are presented to us. And in order for me to listen with an open mind and clarity, it's distracting, and it makes my job difficult.
So since it's my turn, I am going to address that because I'm the only person sitting next to Councilmember Ariola. I think that does get down to, there is a sense of, hey, I want this Black man sitting here at attention. That's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. But if I could finish, what I would like to see to improve teams' performance is no more leaked closed session information. Number one. Number two, I think that for me, once again, your question is team's performance. That's scoring touchdowns. And what can we do to improve that? Someone on their phone, if you're not on your phone, but I have no idea why you voted the way you voted. You have not explained anything. You have taken you kind of are basically doing what someone else says. And I never really hear from you. I could care less whether you're on your phone. To me, it's about whether you score touchdowns or not, whether you're prepared and whether you are representing your community. So I think that for me, getting into what someone got on, whether they're in their phone, what they're doing, why are you in someone's phone? Why are you in someone's laptop? That's why I try to, because you don't need people doing those things. So you try to hey, get out my phone, get out my laptop, get out my life. And so I think that for me, we need to stick to focusing on how do we improve the team's performance, which is scoring touchdowns and making sure that we are moving this city forward. If you are distracted by another council member, what they're doing, that might be your personal issue. But I'm here to hear it from the public. I'm here to do my job. I'm never looking at the next person or the other person or what they're wearing or what they're doing, because I'm trying to hopefully move the city forward.
Got it. So I will say,
Away from your desk.
I will.
I'd like to ask a question about that.
Yeah, I will. Wait, I'm going to pause.
Absolutely.
So what we've heard today is there are structural improvements. There's the conduct, the code of conduct during meetings and how you're going to implement that. There's your own expectations and practices that you will all abide by, or you're going to agree to abide by. You got to establish them during public comment. And those are norms we've talked about before that you need to establish together. And establishing those and agreeing on them will allow that level playing field. So you can be respectful, you can listen, as well as including if you agree to store devices. I mean, we expect that at Management Partners. I didn't shut off my phone, so I probably owe somebody $10, but just so that we can stay focused. But a lot of this will require some follow-up on some of those structural components so that you can govern, right? So that you can govern.
Yeah, I've got, before you do that, I've got a comment about that social device thing, because it's concerned me for years as to whether or not there is or possibly could be claimed a violation of the Brown Act when somebody on a legislative body, whether it's the council, the planning commission, or the state, anybody else, is receiving comments over a device from the public about an issue before the body, where those comments are not being presented in the public hearing where everybody else can hear. I've got a real worry about that. And I don't think there is any clear law on it. I don't think we have clear policy on it. And it's probably something that under the improvement sections, we at least need to address.
Yep. And we've got it on your list. And again, John and I, we're taking all of these notes today. We're going to put together a workshop report after we meet with staff, and there'll be a list of items you're going to need to follow up on. And maybe some of that you do, and maybe it's a governance meeting in your first study session where you explore some other council protocols related to that. And we certainly have those that we can share with you. So I think we've exhausted this discussion. It's really time for a break. Anything else that we missed in response to these items? Yes.
Microphone, please.
I keep forgetting. We have challenging issues in front of us that are going to take 4 years, 8 years, 10 years, 12 years to fix. And I think, we all hear we have a very acute problems that we hear from the public that we need to fix. But they're not going to, there's no magic wand. There's no magic wand. And I
Right.
think we all need to acknowledge that. And I also think like the idea of like having really concise goals and understanding, like we need to hold ourselves accountable to understand that goal might not be done in my term or your term or that person's term, but how do we move it forward and make it really clear when new council members come along that where is it in the process and how much time and energy has been invested in it to have it be, but it's, to not have to redo it all over again. I think that's really challenging. It's challenging for council members to come on board and say, well, those decisions have already been made for me. Well, not necessarily. They move further on, but it's for our city in particular, we're still haven't recovered from the Navy leaving and taking all that revenue. And as long as we continue to sort of like be challenged by the way the meetings are run, I mean, I do think we need really clear protocol that'll help us move away from some of the stuff we're dealing with for both the council and the public. But I think what's getting lost is really big term, long-term solutions are really getting lost in the mix.
Sure, sure. And we can offer some best practices for that as well. So we ready for a break? Okay, great. We'll see you back here. We're behind our time, but John and I can make it up. We've done this before. We're going to give you 10 minutes. So let's wait and see how 10 minutes. The restrooms, if you go out the exit door to the right, and then you turn left.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2.
Audience. Thank you again, City Council, for staying engaged. It's been a good discussion. One of your interests was to get everything on the table, and there's a lot that we've seen on the table, so I appreciate everyone's candor exposing issues and interests. In this next section, we're going to work our way just to the first facilitated discussion. And then I asked the mayor's permission if we could pause at that point and allow folks to grab their lunch and then proceed with the rest of the discussion that relates to the Institute of Local Government article that we provided before the meeting. We're going to talk a little bit more about that this afternoon. And then after that, we'll jump into the goal setting. So any questions about what's going to happen next? Questions? Okay, great.
My turn. Easier for me to say than maybe my voice will allow. Okay, so we're going to talk about the characteristics of effective governing bodies. And obviously, we've talked about team sport. We've talked about we are working together. You can be a solid council member and a team player and still vote no. And I think the one thing that came out is from one of the groups, explain why you voted no. Because then the rest of the council fully understands that maybe you have a different policy view, maybe you have a different philosophy about it. And that then they can deal with as other members of that team. It's kind of like using your basketball analogy. Person shot a 3-point shot. That wasn't what was being called for by the coach, but they explained that they thought that they had the openness and the ability to make it. Unfortunately, it hit the rim. So, good governance is about building relationships through effective leadership by the mayor and the council. Instilling confidence and public trust in representative democracy. And representative democracy is the most important part of everything that you do as the governing body, because that's how you got elected. And it means that you're there to represent not only the people of your district, but in the entire city. Fostering mutual respect and building trust. And that pays dividends when people see a city council able to discuss their differences in a civil and reasonable and respectful way. Because then they understand that everybody's doing, or they should understand, that everybody's doing their job for the benefit of the community. Understanding the roles and fulfilling the expectations. We'll talk a little about that. Ethics and civility, we've talked quite a bit about that already. Meaningful communication that is honest, direct, respectful, and proactive. So communications is everything. My mother always told me, because she was a single mother. She always told me that God gave me 2 ears and 1 mouth for a very good reason, because it's twice as difficult to really listen as it is to talk. And responsive management and leadership by the interim city manager. Those are the keys. So what makes a council work well? Well, it's a unity of purpose. It's for the betterment of the community. And when you get into you're going to develop some goals now, but when you do start your strategic plan, it will become more and more obvious to your citizenry what you have in mind and what you want to accomplish. That there are clear roles and responsibilities, and sometimes those get fuzzy, but usually you try to keep them as clear as possible. Positive governance culture. If you keep things positive, that's when people realize that you really do know what you're doing. Or at least that's what I've been told in the 45 years that I worked as a city manager in different communities. And then you have norms, protocols, and policies that are clear and understandable by everyone. And they're complete. So next. So you have a sense of team, partnership with the city manager to govern and manage the city. So that's his responsibility in this case, or it could be a her, to make sure that the staff is doing the things that you are establishing as policies and to do it within the time frame that they provide as a reasonable time frame. That those clear roles and responsibilities are understood and adhered to honor the relationship with staff and each other. And sometimes staff will ask you to be one of those experts to assist them, especially if it's in a topic that you have a great deal of expertise in. Routinely, the council conducts effective meetings. You hold yourselves and the city accountable. It's not somebody else's fault or the fault of Washington, D.C. It might be, but but sometimes you just have to accept the responsibility yourself and have members who practice continuous improvement. I spent 45 years as a city manager, and in all of those 45 years, I always said that I needed to at least learn one new thing and experience once a week. I started out once a day, ended up once a week because I thought I knew everything. So the governing roles, obviously there's the mayor, the council, the city attorney, and the city manager. And we'll go to the next one because we've already hit this. So really, you transform from being a candidate to a council member. And this is important because when you're a candidate, you're thinking about winning that seat. You're not thinking about losing it. If you did, you wouldn't have gotten in the race to begin with. Second, you're self-focused. You aren't part of the team yet, so you're looking at how you would approach whatever issue is in front of the city council because your constituency or about to be constituency is going to ask you that. And you have all of the answers. You got to have some answers for the people who are going to vote for you because they're not going to vote for you if you don't. And then distinguishing one from the many. So you're out there by yourself. So then you become a council person. And the effective characteristics of an elected official is identify the areas of agreement and shared interest. You all know that when you go in there, one vote's not going to change anything. You've got to have a majority. And how do you do that? You find out where the commonalities are and you find out what the shared interests are. Second, discuss and agree on the decision-making process. Clearly, decision-making depends on this complexity of the issue, but a very complex issue probably needs a lot more discussion than a relatively easy one, like let's pay the bills.
The other piece we heard a lot about in our interviews were the interest to have, you're transitioning to districts. You also have various interest groups that you support, and mapping out the decision-making process, like you do for regulatory items required by federal or state law, and mapping those out for the public are really, they're important, but two, it's great to use a study session or board or commissions to be able to do that. And as Councilmember Meissner just asking, we're going to have new elected officials, and some of the stuff we've been working on, it takes 10 years to get done. And so that's the decision-making process. What are the milestones? The other piece is in study sessions before an action item comes to council. And again, we know that you have a limited amount of time, and staff is working hard to get you the best information that that they have, is agreeing on the decision-making criteria. Sometimes the criteria is how quickly something can be done, the cost of something, the ability to remediate a development site within a certain time frame so that a specific developer. So those foundational components of the ultimate policy decision are really important. And I think we heard earlier that a best practice is to meet with the city manager and the city attorney in those appointments on a regular basis so that they can help to remind and review you of what has been that decision-making process, and that if you need to establish or refine criteria, you can do that before a decision comes to a business meeting. Does that make sense? Okay.
So clearly, I'm gonna drop down to the last one, which is probably the most difficult for a lot of people, which is once the decision is made, you support the decision of the governing body, regardless of what the vote was. And I'm just going to give my own explanation of this. During my tenure in Colorado, I was on the state board of fire and police pension. And they had an issue that I didn't particularly agree with and voted no. I was one of 9 members. And the unions questioned me profusely. And basically what I said was I had a different philosophy. I explained to them, in this case, it was a budgetary issue, but I supported the decision that was made because it was an 8-1 vote. And after that, the unions quit calling me at all times of the day and night because they knew that I was supporting what they obviously what they wanted, but what the rest of the board had done. And that's very difficult. I fully understand that because I would have loved to explain to all of those people just what I thought was the financial consequences. As it turned out, they didn't happen the way I anticipated them. Next. So your role. So the mayor presides over council meetings. This is pretty basic stuff, but I want to go through it. City council, you set the broad goals and the policies. The city manager and the professional staff do the day-to-day work and provide professional recommendations and apply technical and best practice expertise. Sometimes, and we talked a little about this in the break, you'll do a little research on your own, and that's great. But what you should do is probably pick up the phone, call Mr. Malone and say, hey, I found this on the internet. Is it true? And give the staff the opportunity to do the research and then give everybody the benefit of maybe something that you uncovered at a time that was not city council meeting. I always appreciated that when I was the city manager. Yes, sir.
Over the many city managers that I've worked with, everyone has a different style concerning communication with council members. We have an interim city manager at the moment, and I think we need to probably have some dialogue with him at some point in time about how he prefers communication to be done, because everybody's had an opinion about it from a city manager's standpoint in the past, but I think we need to add that one on to our list of things to consider.
It's an excellent point. Yeah, you're right. Everybody appreciates different ways of doing things. I was substantially different than the predecessor I took over from when I was in Merced. But that was just me. Next one, city attorney provides neutral legal advice. Obviously, that's part of the job for a city attorney. So as the mayor, you're the presiding officer. You facilitate the effective meetings. You manage the civil conduct of business, and you enforce the rules. You do have one vote, but it's just like everybody else, at least in this community. You ask questions in the spirit of inquiry, not direction, and you don't expect to have staff take the questions as direction. And that's easy to have happen for some staff. That's why sometimes you wish you didn't have any questions. Represent the city at events, designate others from council to do so as well. Sometimes it's good to have all of you at those meetings, especially the League of California Cities. It's an excellent organization. It will give you an unbiased approach to what you need to do as a city council person, as well as keep you abreast of all of the current issues that are going on in Sacramento. My plug for a league. You sign proclamations, you respect the role of the city manager and the council, manage your form of government, and you don't interfere with staff responsibilities or direct staff. Next is the city council. We jumped. Okay, effective public meeting practices. I was all ready for one. Okay, so you work to conclude your meetings by 10 o'clock. And I know that there's people say 10 o'clock or sometime. And basically what we found in a couple of cities that I was working in, more from the city council than the staff, is that at certain point in the day, all of a sudden you're not making the best decisions. And you go back and you wonder why you made the decision that you made after midnight. And so we had you could stop the meeting at 11 o'clock. If you didn't, well, it doesn't make any difference how we did it because you can do it your own way. I'm sorry. Establish time limits for council comments. You might want to take a look at that. State and clarify the council question or the action prior to the vote. That's probably the most important part, is a lot of times people will just say, I make a motion to approve. And I can tell you as a staff person, the next day, everybody goes, what did they exactly approve? So it's very important to make sure that you include all of the action items that you want to have in the motion. Keep the meeting on track. Sometimes you might want to use a bike rack approach where you put it off to a study session or a future meeting, especially if the discussion is starting to wander and is not specific. Establish council agenda item timeframes would be another methodology to keep your meeting on track. Review the agenda cover to cover, ask questions of staff at least 3 days prior. And 3 days is maybe not an absolute, but what I can tell you is having been that staff person and getting surprised by a question, sometimes I had the answer and a lot of times I didn't. And the reason is because we approach things differently as staff, and we may not have thought of the particular question that a council person asks. If we have a little time to think about it, we can give you a much more informed response, and it helps you make a decision at the council meeting. Include council study sessions to address informal meetings or needs. Correct factually or inaccurate statements made during the meetings. That one sometimes is a tough one, but you've got to put people on the right track. I had a mayor in Colorado, and she was She was spot on almost 99% of the time. And then prohibit personal attacks on council staff and community members. And that's critical because if I can tell you the inefficiency occurs in City Hall the day after if personal attacks, even on the city council, are made, because we then spend time as to why did that critical remark be made, as opposed to trying to decide how to take care of the problem and to implement the particular direction and policy that the city council had adopted the night before. So we've got 3 questions for you. What are your current practices? What can be improved? And how will the Vallejo Council operationalize, somebody else can talk, past the new practices? Yes, sir.
John, I had a question for you. Can you please share, like, what are some of the ways the council can keep their meeting under 10 p.m.?
You can limit the number of items. Sometimes you may want to expand the responsibility of staff. I don't know what the limitations are on bid practices, et cetera. So I'm talking out of school here, but I know that at one point the city council increased the limit for city manager to approve a contract or a bid, so that instead of it being $10,000, one place it ended up being 100,000. But that's something that you have to feel comfortable being able to do with the city manager.
I mean, I'm asking just because your second question, what can be improved? I don't know what are good practices to improve, so I'm not really sure what we can do. I mean, because we've had short agendas and I'm still there till like 11 o'clock, like, whoa.
Well, I think one of the items you already identified, in fact, this group identified a couple of things. One of the items that the mayor mentioned was, well, limiting council's comments to 10 minutes. And then you could also set another guideline for providing your rationale, like a minute. I voted yes because of X. And similarly, establishing meeting timelines for agenda items. John and I prepared this agenda today with your staff. It's we call it a facilitator's agenda, and it includes timeframes. We've blown all of them, which we typically don't do, but we've had good discussion. And so we made the deliberate decision to allow you time to spend together because you haven't had that time. So for instance, if there were an item on a related, I keep thinking development agreement. So I keep looking at Councilmember Dew and Meissner because they've been in the fray for 8 years on those items. And you've already run over the territory. You've already decided most of the pieces of the development are in place and you're finalizing something. The mayor could say, this really only needs 10 minutes of our time. It doesn't prohibit public comment. You still provide public comment, but for how you operate as a team, you can establish those guidelines. In addition, asking staff questions in advance is the pied de resistance, because typically it's not that your staff is brilliant. We've worked with them. I mean, I started working with Vallejo from Management Partners in 2014. I got no issues with the competency, capability, commitment of this staff team. None. However, sometimes the questions the council is raising really requires some more detailed exploration. Oh, we need to look at, let's say, I'm just saying just cause for eviction. I'm not proposing it, but so, there are 3 new communities that have done it. Well, we looked at the 5 best practice jurisdictions. We're not aware of the 3. We need to make a couple of phone calls. And if those questions come in late and with your meeting with the city manager, you realize this needs to be deferred. Let's not bring it to the dais and then debate whether or not it's ready for action. So you can make some of those decisions in that regard, but getting those questions to staff early is critical. And, some of the mayor is just going to say, we've talked about this enough. I mean, for facilitation, we don't need to hear from each one of you the same comment. If somebody's raised a comment, we can hear a new comment or a new interest or a new thought. We don't need to hear everybody repeat the same thing over and over and over again. And you hear a lot of that running over territory a lot of times in council meetings that aren't conducted efficiently.
One of the things I've tried to do actually is to move the meetings quicker. And the proclamations is an example. I really try to put them on the consent calendar and not have them presented at the meeting because I think it takes a lot of time. If there's no objection, I as chair, I would simply like to say, let's not take the roll, but I note all 7 of us are here, or we're missing Councilmember Jones. Because that's time consuming too. We have to do the pledge to the flag. The community forum, that's why I tried to implement the 2-speaker policy, but that didn't go too well. So I'm open to a lot of ideas on how to move the meeting as rapidly as possible. I mean, I would almost like to see the action items put before the consent calendar. Because lots of times if we have a consent item, it's 1 or 2 that gets pulled. Why not just put it after the action items if we can? I know the concern is, well, staff is there to answer questions if they have any, and most of the times they don't. One of the things of our current practices that can be improved is, unfortunately, the staff reports. They come out too late. And when we have a meeting on a Tuesday, and they come out Thursday night, and every other week, City Hall is closed. That gives us the ability to ask questions on Monday. Many people have jobs. Monday is often, in some businesses, the most demanding day of the week. And by then it's Monday night, Tuesday. So really, particularly for controversial projects or lengthy ones, we really need to have those. I would like to see them at least a week or 2 in advance. And I don't know what we're going to do about having management or staff closed at City Hall every other Friday. That's a real inconvenience, but you hear the same thing from the public. And that could go a long ways. Because, I mean, I watched a Las Vegas Planning Commission once where they had 180 items on their calendar. And their position was, everybody has read the staff reporters. Are there any objections, questions? If not, it's approved. Boom. And they moved it. So we really need to give attention as a council to how we can more effectively address our agenda, whether we need to change it, whether we need to meet more frequently. I know when I started council, we were meeting 4 days a week, 4 times a month. So, there's lots of things we need to take a look at, and it's a wide open area, I think, that needs to be examined.
Is this on? So the goal is to get the staff report out by Tuesday. So that's what we shoot for. I think we do that most of the time because Don really pushes us to try to get it up by Tuesday. Occasionally it'll bleed over to Wednesday, depending on what the items are. So we'll put a little more effort in trying to make sure that happens. I do think it's important that you guys get the information as soon as possible, so you can review it. So it's a priority for us to get it out by Tuesday.
Even if we don't get it in one package, if piecemeal early release is better than late mass release, as I look at it.
That's actually harder, but.
And I'm not sure this is the right forum for it, but I think that the mayor brought up some at least good points that he wanted to address. I would love to hear, and like I said, I don't know if this is the right time, but I'd be very curious to hear from staff. What do they see as the reasons why our meetings take so long? Because we can sit here and kind of just throw things in the dark, but we're the ones doing it. And I'm the last person that needs to be talking about what my deficiencies are. I'd love to hear from everyone else, because I don't tend to tell myself the truth like you want to hear from someone who's just like my mom would tell me, hey, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. And so I just would be curious. I'm serious. It's like, she's going to say the glass is half empty and this is why, and so I just worry that we never really hear from people who are here in constantly, because it's a moving target, and it's very hard to understand because we've tried different things. I've seen the mayor try some things, and it still seems to take forever. So I'm just curious, like, I would just hate for us to huddle up and kind of come up with what we think is going to happen. Then we do it, and it's really not the key core reason why we're staying so long, and this issue continues.
I agree with almost everything that's being said. And Councilmember Brown, let's bring it.
Microphone, please.
Sorry, we have a unique group of residents that are very vocal in Vallejo. I talked to Emma Hernandez, who's mayor in Sassoon. Now she's mayor now, isn't she? Okay. Their meetings are over at 10 o'clock, but we have a lot of folks that come in and speak on every topic. And that sometimes makes the meetings drag on longer, I think, than not. And that's something that I welcome. I'm not complaining. I welcome them to come in to speak, but that's something that we can't really control. We can control a lot of what we do, staff, city council, but we have a lot of folks that want to get their voice out there. And that, if you have 30 people at 2 minutes each, because sometimes we reduce it to 2 minutes each, that's still going to be a long time. So I'm in favor of getting out early, because our minds don't think, as sharp as they do at 8 o'clock as they do at, 3 o'clock in the morning we got out? 2:30. And people have, and people have to understand, we're human, we have a life, we have jobs, we have families. So it does interfere with us. But I think that it does go on a little bit longer than other places, because we've got a larger population than some of the other cities. And we have a very vocal group of residents. And that sometimes, there's not much we can do there.
That's correct.
Much in the same vein, I was going to speak to a little bit of the balancing of interests, because I think what happens here is we get a lot of questions and comment from the public. And then we heard earlier today, explain the vote, explain your no vote, or explain your yes vote if you're in the minority, whatever it is, explain your minority position, or any vote at all. Exactly. And I think that what happens is, there's a, I'll call it like I see it to a certain extent. You get this relationship of distrust with some segment of the community, where some segment of the community wants to talk about every item on every agenda because they feel as if representative government isn't happening for them.
That's
right?
correct.
So they come and they speak, which is totally appropriate. But then they don't hear the discourse happen between the council members. Well, if you get to 2 o'clock in the morning or 1:30 in the morning, I don't know how interested the 7 council members can be at 1:30 a.m. to have a good, robust discussion, each explaining their votes for the benefit of the public, because so much time has already been taken up in public comment. So it's this weird, unfortunate balance that exists where they don't get the trust information they want, meaning that segment of the population, the public, because there's no time left in the agenda for having the conversation with one another in front of the public so that they hear it. And meanwhile, they're commenting, taking up the time, and it's competing interests. I don't know that I have a great solution for any of that. And we can, work on tools, et cetera, for how do you strike that balance. But it seems to me the absence of that balance is what observationally sucks up a lot of time.
I'm sure it does. We did an exercise, another community that I worked in, where we discussed why it wouldn't work, whatever the recommendation was. And we put all of the issues out on the table. This is something I'm going to recommend that maybe you do, why it won't work. And then after you've listed absolutely everything that you can think of as to why something won't work, then start working on resolving those solutions. It's probably not as important for the people who vote yes on an item to explain why they voted yes. But it's far more important for the person who votes no to make a quick statement as to why they voted no on the item, because that then provides this gentleman and the entire staff the opportunity to make sure that maybe it can be accommodated, that comment, and you don't have a trial and error process. And the other people on the board understand that person's political persuasion. So maybe not everybody has to do it. If you have the time, that's great. But sometimes it's most important that the no vote explains themselves.
Well, and I would say in advance of the vote, explain where you are feeling at the moment and why you are feeling that way so that we can consider that before we actually vote. I don't think it has a lot of value. I mean, maybe for staff, it will have some value and maybe for us, some value. But if we're really trying to be inclusive of each other's perspectives, I think that conversation needs to happen in advance of the actual vote. So,
and that's an excellent point. Can it happen before or after? Just, and then go ahead.
One more thing that I want to say. When we're dealing with issues that are huge within the community and with us, such as, I don't know, I'll use the police station location since it's coming up, to have one item, to have a meeting just for that topic would help reduce time, because you can have just that one topic. The folks that really want to be there for that will be there. They'll get all their energy out. We will explain our votes, whatever. And then we can have other meetings with smaller things. So I'm, and I don't know, I mean, it's probably not going to be popular with you guys, but having an extra meeting, to me, it's well worth it to have one important thing instead of just cramming a lot of things into one particular meeting, and then everybody's not functioning properly, including the audience,
Right.
because they're waiting. And especially when you have, subjects that are coming up that are put at the end, that's important, because you have folks that are not going to stay awake at 3 a.m. to listen to the one thing that they wanted to hear.
Right.
So maybe having one meeting for huge things.
Actually, and that's one idea. Another idea potentially could be you have the time limit. And if you don't get through the entire agenda by, say, 11 o'clock, because it's going to take a super majority to extend the meeting from 10:30 to 11 o'clock, you meet the next night. Just a suggestion. It's just an alternative. Yes.
Just so everybody understands that you don't renotice those meetings when you meet the next night. You just continue. It's considered one meeting and you continue it through. And we have talked about that internally.
Yeah, that's why we did it.
Yeah, and I just to be the devil's advocate. So, I think one of the problems that we're having, there are so many things that the city is working on. And so the longer meetings take place and the more we continue them, what happens is, like we saw with the 2,000-page agenda, those items had a very particular time frame that they had to be decided upon. And so that's what's happening, is we're getting backed up. So we're sort of shooting ourselves in the foot, frankly. So because there's things that have to happen, and there are deadlines, there are grant deadlines, there are these and that deadlines. And then we feel like, I've seen this before I was on council, like, well, you're giving me this decision and I have to vote yes, or else we're going to lose the opportunity. Well, we're putting we're at fault as well, because we're not being able to control the meeting. And so what the solution is, I don't know, but that's the outcome, is what's happening.
Yeah. And maybe procedures need to be discussed regarding grant applications or whatever it may be. I don't know. I mean, it goes back to the staff council trust as to what can you give to staff that can be done. They still inform you, let you know that they made an application for a grant. I'll just use that as the subject for a grant that they had a deadline in which to meet. And maybe they let you know 2 weeks in advance that they're preparing the grant.
Yeah, and I think council is all made aware of that. And so when we get on the dais and we sort of start throwing staff under the bus, when the community comes out and says we're being fiscally irresponsible, actually it was fiscally responsible, in my opinion. So, I was well prepared to see that come. So I'm sure the rest of the council was too.
Okay.
I think Mike was next.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say is that staff is afraid because of the criticism to put some things on consent that we would normally put on consent. In the past, we would have put these items on consent, like a grant as an example, because of the criticism that they get that they're hiding something or something like that. So as opposed to some of these items going on consent, they want to put them on an action item so they'll get a chance to defend the decision to pursue as a grant as an example. When in the past, we would have been on consent, we're going to apply for a grant, it went on consent, or we were receiving funds from a grant, it would go on consent. It wouldn't be an action item. But because of the comments that they received recently, they're gun shy. All right, they're gun shy, and they want to make sure that they cover their ears by putting things on an action calendar when it should be on consent. And we've had this debate more recently in the last like 4 months or so.
Well, Mr. Brown. Yeah, I was going to say, but first I'd like to address some of Mike's comments. I think that, and I appreciate your honesty. My question would be, and my ask of staff would be, please continue to reach out to council, because I think that the majority of council wants to see the normal things that would be on a consent item. And I think that, you know, my concern is what Councilmember Meissner brought up, which at least led me to kind of, the scary thing is we don't always see how they make the sausages. You know, we just kind of see some of it, but we don't see all of it. And so my question is, how much, it's one thing that our meetings are going long, but then you hope, well, they're going long, but we're still moving forward. But then the danger area really, other than just normal sleep deprivation, is, well, are we now slowing down the whole process? Like something that we should have been going over in March, let's say, or January, we're looking at in March. And we should all be alarmed. And if that's what's going on, yeah, then we need to, I think, goal setting. And I think that one thing that Councilmember Meissner made me think of is, well, how do we set rules that will allow us to not just get through our meeting, but get through our agenda as a council for the year? You know, what do we need to do? Is it, and Mike brought up a good point, you know, hey, some of these consent items, you know, maybe we need to do this instead of that. But I think that there's personally a concerted effort to slow everything down all at once. If they could bring it to a grinding halt. I had to resist the other day sending something. We got an email saying, hey, why don't you guys not vote on this because you guys are leaving? I'm like, why don't we just suspend council then? And you come up here and vote and, you know, let me go hang out then, you know? And so I think that hearing from staff is important, to hearing what you all's issues are, because I think that when I saw some of the same things you see, in the back of my head, it's like, I hope this isn't affecting them, because I think it could affect them. And we want you to all know as a council, we want you to full steam ahead, because we will continue to get backed up. And as long as we're looking back, we won't move the city forward. And that is my concern.
Okay. So we had 3 questions.
I think we have plenty of food for thought.
Okay. And time for food. Let's break.
Anything else, Mayor, before we let folks try the sandwich?
Nice subway.
And restroom and a text before we come back in 15 minutes that you want to add to the list on meeting management to the chair.
Well, I think that's enough now, but
okay,
it is an issue. I think it is. This council and all future councils really should decide on team building.
Microphone, please.
Yes, indeed. It's an issue I think that this council and every council going forward should probably address goal setting or team building every single year.
Yes. And it wouldn't hurt to have a strategic plan start next year.
All right, so grab turn off your microphone. Go grab someone. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're going to start with teamwork and we'll go from there. So, first sentence says, play fair. Be nice. Be patient and be kind. And I always say that patience is a virtue. And it's something that we all have to understand because we all learn at different paces. And no matter what that learning process is, we need to accommodate as much as you can possibly do that as to how each of you learn and what needs to take place. Now, some of that is the responsibility of the city manager, but because that's kind of a key as to getting items on the agenda. No surprises. Nobody likes surprises. Councils don't like surprises. Staff doesn't like surprises. So as much as possible, try to avoid those at all costs. Avoid squabbling and personal attacks, especially in front of the camera. I'm going to tell you that is one of the factors that a lot of your citizens will say, gee, I don't think the council's really got it together. And it doesn't mean you can't have disagreements, just don't squabble. It's that old adage, I don't remember the name of the movie, but it was when Tom Hanks told Meg Ryan, it's not personal, it's just business. And of course, he was creating a bookstore that was going to put her out of business. Maintain a formal decorum and be respectful and refer to colleagues by their titles. And that's really important. I just did a workshop with a district where they would call each other by their first name, even in the meetings. And all of a sudden it started to create some friction amongst people. You all worked hard to become city council persons, or the mayor pro tem or the mayor. And so you should address each individual by their council member due, or Meissner or Meissner. Sorry, I knew I was going to mess that up. Next, city attorney. You know what the city attorney does? Come on in. I like it. So that individual provides legal advice to the council and staff on city matters, assists the mayor and council in interpreting Robert's rules of order, especially at council meetings, sometimes before council meetings, approve resolutions and ordinances as to their legality and making sure that they are appropriate. I mean, once you get your agenda, what you have to realize is it's gone through a whole step of staff processes to make sure that it's as accurate as it possibly can be. And we always rely on the city attorney to make sure that it's legal, or at least it has all of the right legal languages. Handles litigation and manages the other attorneys, advises on the Brown Act and public participation, advises of conflicts of interest, especially on confidential matters, and it guides and advises and remains neutral, and of course, assisting with the onboarding of new city council persons, because that's critical. Next, city manager serves as the chief executive officer and for the entire city, hires and directs and manages everybody but the city attorney. So that all of the personnel reports to that, at this case, Mr. Malone right now. Implements council policy, clarifies full council direction when comments are made from one or two council members only. And that's critical. It's not that they're trying to challenge you, but they're just trying to make sure that they understand what your comment really means, so that when they go back to staff, they can say, I know what council person X, Y, or Z suggested. Provide professional recommendations to the council. And what you have to understand is, as a city manager, that's the most important part of their job, is just making sure that it's a professional recommendation. offer policy advice to the entire council, provide information equally to all council members at the same time, and assist with the onboarding and orientation for new councils. So what you need to do your homework and be prepared. You read the agenda materials. I hear that seems to be a good, never mind. I lost the word. The mind is a wonderful thing to lose. Ask questions in advance. We talked about 3 days at least, if possible. Analyze the alternatives, set clear rules, policies, and procedures for council meeting. And the city manager, again, shares all of the information with all of the council at the same time. So focus on outcomes. It's more important to focus on what you're accomplishing as opposed to the details as to how you got there. Ask clarifying questions. Let people know that you're listening, because that, like my mother said, it's easier to talk than it is to listen. That's why we got 2 ears. Separate people from the problem, and this is sometimes the most difficult thing to do. Focus on the interests, not the positions. Invent options for mutual gain. So if you don't necessarily agree with the person, maybe you find an alternative that mixes your idea with the person that you may be disagreeing with. And now that COVID is pretty much past, let's hope, you'll have more opportunities to do that. Insist on using objective criteria. Sometimes you always get that story from a constituent or someone that how it impacts that individual. It's important, but you've got to remember that you've got over 100,000 people that you're trying to serve equally and without prejudice, I guess is the best word. So, Getting to Yes. It's an interesting book. If you haven't read it, it's a quick read. I guess the 3 points I'm going to make is separate people from the problem. So it's important to know the problem. It's important to know the people. But if the people that are suggesting something aren't necessarily on your hit list, at the hit list being hit parade list, you still have to listen to them because they are part of your community. Invent options for mutual gain. Once again, if your idea isn't getting 100% commitment, maybe you sit down with the other individual that's not quite on the same page and you discuss how maybe there is a mutual option that you can work out. Insist that the staff use objective criteria. And then what's the most, nobody can get everything all the time. And one of the things that getting to yes means is you try to get yes for both sides, not a yes, no. In other words, you gain something, but they lost everything. That usually doesn't work. So what you need to do is come up with a negotiated agreement. It's kind of like when laws are made. They're not pretty in the process, because a lot of times there's a lot of compromises being made all the way through the process. So you need to keep that in mind. And it may not be as complicated as Washington, D.C. or the state, but it's still complicated. And you've got a lot of issues. As I look through your issues and have talked to staff, that are pretty complicated. Every development agreement has its pluses and its minuses, and everybody tries to win on those. So sometimes you've just got to compromise. And I guess the last point I'll say is explore common interests, because that's very important. Okay, how will we collaborate on behalf of the city of Vallejo? I should have gotten more sleep. Work on shared council agenda. move the campaigning to governing. And that's really important. You can campaign when you're running for office, but once you've gotten there, you need to work as that team, and you've got to work in it from a different perspective. You've still got people that you need to assist, and you've got constituency that will have their opinions. But sometimes those opinions are just personal opinions, and you've got to work on making sure that you do what's in the best interest of the entire city. Listen to each other. Always assume good intent. Understand that each person has an equal voice and an equal vote. And that's very important for the entire council to think about. Show respect in words and tone to each other and to staff. And respect the governance roles of the mayor, the city council, city manager, and city attorney. And when you've finished up, make sure that you follow through on your commitments. Because if you don't, you start to lose trust, not only with your colleagues and the staff, but also your constituents. So we want to make sure that you celebrate successes. And sometimes you do that in a council meeting. Sometimes it's at City Hall when a staff person has done something that's fairly significant. Gotten something through on a development and disposition agreement that you didn't think that they were ever going to do. And you celebrate it. Take 15 minutes and congratulate them. Maybe have a piece of cake. I don't know. I like pie. Enjoy your experience because you worked hard to get here. And every once in a while, you've got to have fun. If you're not having fun, then you need to find a different kind of work, because this is hard work. It's probably the hardest work that people can do. Not just you. I'm saying anybody, because it's not easy to be elected. It's not, and you guys are taking some pretty heavy hits that I've heard when I listened to or watched some of your past city council meetings. So with that, are we ready for what will improve? Oh. All right. So
But I would say, if you can, especially for this council, as you're working to build trust, it would be great at every council meeting if you can identify a success from a staff perspective, from a community perspective, and from a council perspective as part of your cultural unity. And the biggest mistake we make is not celebrating it. We don't do it with our families enough. We don't do it at work enough. We don't do it in our communities enough. So in addition to your, in addition to the items that we will identify for you on your next steps, some homework assignments around practices and procedures for meetings, really encourage you to include those items on your list. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you. So we actually wanted to acknowledge some accomplishments since 2019. It doesn't cover probably the full gamut that we could have brought forth, but we have a few we want to talk about. One of them is just being here in goal setting, to be back in a format that we think is probably more conducive to coming out on the back end with some positive goals and results. The COVID response, I don't think we can take lightly how the city had to change operations to still provide services to the community, still to have people coming in and doing work that need to be done in some of our critical areas, not only with public safety, but with our public works and water department and building departments during the COVID response. Staff has looked at or started to look at some internal staffing efficiencies, and we're setting some goals internally to address some issues. Grants. Whether or not people know it, we've been really successful in that arena. We spent over $47 million in grant funding since 2019 in various departments within the city, from PD, fire, water, economic development, just to name a few. So we've been very active in that arena. Started a light rail feasibility study. You guys are familiar with what Naveed's doing with the broadband plan that's been done. We actually implemented a small grants program for businesses. Mentioned the DDA on North Mare Island. Conley Corridor is teed up and ready to go. The scope for the strategic plan for ED is being done. That'll go out pretty soon. We also were successful in securing a $1.2 million economic development grant to survey Mare Island's infrastructure. And I'll point that out as being important because since I got here as water director, the infrastructure on Mare Island has always been a topic of contention between city staff, our special district, and our developers out there. And one of the things that was missing was a comprehensive study to really educate us on the condition of the infrastructure out there. So this grant is really important. And a $600,000 brownfields grant to access future cleanup sites citywide. Here's an item, the youth initiative. Council approved the position at mid-year. We will be recruiting for a youth coordinator pretty soon. I think this is really important as we talk about that area each and every year. We're actually going to have a resource that we can focus in that area. Same thing with the homelessness in the city, the homeless manager, another important position that's going to come forward, hopefully, and be able to bring various nonprofits, grant opportunities together so that we can do a better job on supporting our unhoused in the community. And the Sacramento Street permanent supportive housing project for 120 units. It's currently under construction, so that's a step in the right direction. In the area of public safety, the police department is implementing the ORR report recommendations. Currently, right now, he's going out and doing public comment on the use of force policy and changes that have been made to that before it becomes permanent. The creation of the police oversight committee, outreach in that area starting this week. Actually, Thursday is the first meeting. So that's really important. It's a huge step. We reopened Glen Cove's fire station, and we got $900 earmarked for mobile mental health, and $500,000 for CAL FIRE as a part of an urban forestry grant. We generated at mid-year a balanced budget and actually showed a positive 5-year forecast as far as cash flow. The water department secured a $50+ million bond to work on projects and services, in addition to a $2 million grant from WaterSmart to help in meters and the meter reading technology. Here's one that was important to me. When I started here, we had various platforms for GIS, not a single platform for GIS, and most of the support was being outsourced. So we've actually brought in some internal support for GIS. We settled on a single platform. All the departments, I think, have benefited from us taking that from water, roads, permits, planning. All the city's infrastructure is now provided to the public through this platform. The permitting software is about to be upgraded citywide to hopefully streamline online permitting processes. The marina is in private management, and they're moving to provide services or improve services out there. And we also completed labor contracts in the last 2 years too, and with our camp and our IABW staff. So it's just to highlight just a few of the accomplishments that's been going on here in the last couple of years. Not everything, but some important ones. Labor contracts.
Clearly, some of this may not be evident to the public, but sometimes there are things that you need to do that are going to make you more efficient in the long run. IT being one of those, that will make life a lot easier as you go along. Yeah, now, council, anything that you're especially proud of that was or was not mentioned? Mayor.
Solid results. Plus even more promising results, and I'm looking forward to its completion with this next election cycle. I think it's been a real advantage to the community to have that.
It's not an easy process to go through. Any others?
I'd say passing the budget for advanced peace, I think is huge for me. And the youth initiative. Yeah, sorry. Oh, and if I had one more, Operation Peace, I think that's huge. Being able to reduce the amount of gun violence and murders in Vallejo was huge. It's not something that gets talked about every day. People aren't protesting about it, but it makes a huge difference for everyday citizens' lives.
Absolutely. Makes you feel a little safer. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, the discretionary funds, the 400,000, although it's not a big chunk of money for nonprofits, I think that is huge.
Wow.
So that was, appreciated by the nonprofit organizations that received, that funding. And then also the police outreach meetings on the use of force actually has started. I think at least 2 sessions were held in the community, and there was good participation. And they're doing outreach to different groups in the community. So I appreciate that. I think that's huge.
Councilman Diaz.
It was mentioned, but because it's in my district, I want to mention it again. That's the fire station in Glen Cove. I'm very proud of that. And I'd like to see the one on Mare Island open up as well. So I'm very proud of that.
Okay. Anybody else? Did I do that? No. Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Well, clearly you've accomplished a lot of things. I know that there are a lot of things yet to be accomplished. You heard, regardless of whether it's the citizens or there are a lot of things that are outstanding, and this is a large city, albeit not 10 million, but definitely over 100,000, and you've got a complex organization that you provide pretty much full services for. So, council interview themes. When Christine and I talked to all of you individually, these are the items that came up. Homeless services and strategy, economic development, and that's a huge topic. So we kind of tried to narrow it down to Mare Island, and I assume it's a development and disposition agreement. Solano 360, Costco, Blue Rock Springs, and downtown revitalization plan. Recruit and attract a permanent city manager. Police oversight and relationship building. Sounds like that's ongoing right now. And grow community engagement opportunities. So those were the common themes. Maybe not every council person named it, but more than one and definitely more than two in almost each one of these. So, what are the challenges? Anybody want to jump in? You want to start with the homeless needs? I mean, you're talking about a position, so that's one part, but What else?
Well, I would say the challenge with that is we need to define some of these things, because even with especially homeless needs, I think that our ideas of what homeless may need is different, and coming to a consensus and understanding each other's different point of views. And then how can we come up with something that works for everyone and works for the city, I think has been a challenge as well. So I think that that's something, from my standpoint.
It's an excellent, yes, Mayor.
I think from my standpoint, the physical appearance of this city, the graffiti, the litter, the garbage, homelessness are part of it. But our physical appearance, I think, is impacting our ability to attract economic development.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Potholes, the repair of outlet. That's part of what Mayor Connell mentioned, potholes and repair of streets.
Councilmember Meissner.
Like Reese's cups, Meissner. So sort of an overarching comment is the acute nature of some of these, especially homelessness. And the challenge is a solution, like we don't have the funds to address the needs of the homeless. We just don't. And so we'll need to have partnerships. And it's also a long-term, it's truly knowing someone that I know who I helped set up a trust fund for who was homeless. It's expensive and it's a challenge to get. I don't even need to go into all of it, but it's right. The overarching is the acute. These are acute problems, and the fix are long term.
And unfortunately, you'll start to find out that there's different kinds of homelessness that are either celebrated or not. I mean, we had just a quick aside. We had an individual in Merced that ran for mayor as a professed homeless person and didn't have an address, and ran a credible campaign. She had, and still does not have, any intention of living inside a structure. And so you have, and they're more like her than you'd want to believe. Yes, Councilman Ariola.
Yes, I agree with all the comments so far. With regards to the homelessness, that is the number one topic that comes my way when I'm out and about with the public, potholes and the homelessness. And I agree, we absolutely need to have a partnership to start a relationship through the county, and to have them start stepping up and bringing in help and much needed resources for us. And I believe we can find money to get some homes, little homes for those that really want to transition from their current situation. The ones that have higher issues, more acute issues, that's going to take a different kind of resource and a different kind of approach to handling their presence here in Vallejo. We've said this many times. We're the largest city in the county that has the largest influx of homeless residents. So I would definitely like to see that addressed this year going forward. I think it's achievable, as well as the potholes are achievable and doable within 2 years.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh,
or Vice Mayor.
Councilmember.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Diaz. I agree with everyone, but I have to say that, it's kind of like what came first, the chicken or the egg. We need economic development in order to get the money that we need to fix everything that everybody's saying. So even though we have a lot of issues going on, we have to focus. We have to focus on bringing in new businesses. We have to focus on revitalizing the downtown, because once we start getting an inflow of people wanting to come here, and I understand what you're saying, Mayor, it's not attractive for people to come and build their businesses here, but we have to promote the city as is right now. We don't have a choice. We have to go out there and try and sell the business to folks to come and hopefully deal with these other issues. I don't think we've ever gotten our fair share from the county for the homeless issue. I may be mistaken, but I just don't think that we have. We have 2 council members right now. Well, council member and vice mayor
Councilmember Meissner and Vice Mayor Verderliga that are on the 2 by 2. Is that what it's called? Homeless task force. So there, that's a start. That's a start. We're working with the county now to see how we can help out. But like you mentioned, there's folks that do not want to leave the streets. So we have to find the funds and the resources to help those that do want to leave the streets and try and make it safe for those that are going to be on the street, regardless of what they do.
Right.
But we need money. And that's not just going to come in. We have to try and get businesses to come here first.
That's a good point. I'm not going to, it's not my job to do much more than say yes. HUD has funds, and they do, in fact, annually allocate funds, but it's more for permanent resident and mental health services. But having the county and yourselves and the other cities as a partnership is critical. It will pay dividends over a period of time.
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. In addition to all that was said, lack of or needing more collaboration with county, GVRD, school districts, so that we can work hand in hand to address issues, particularly with youth activities and use of facilities by youth, where they don't have to be charged, to play a basketball tournament with the GVRD courts or school district courts. So, and indoor courts, those are so much missing.
Right.
I've gotten emails from youth, the advocates want to play basketball. Of course, late night basketball has not been around since COVID, but that's one. But we need to have more collaboration because we can leverage our resources that way instead of just us owning to, hey, we're going to pay for that. And we don't have those resources, but leveraging collaboration with those entities and agencies and nonprofits as well.
Is the school district Vallejo only, or is it? Okay. That makes it a little easier. Councilman Brown.
I think one of the things I haven't seen up here and really kind of, thank you. Thank you. That I think all of my colleagues bring up good points. It's not like we're not informed of what are some of our challenges here. But the one thing that I would say, since I've been a council member, that has been the most alarming impediment to us being successful is staffing. Retaining quality staff and attracting new staff. We do get, get new staff members who are quality. And my own straw poll, because I'll often ask them, you often hear, well, this is convenient for where I live and but I think that from that standpoint that I want to be there, they are the best paid with the best facilities, and we're not there. And I think that that's really going to stop us. I will continue to use the analogy that we're working on a Model T Ford engine in a modern highway. And if we don't address it, and asking staff to do more, and I think staff has laid it out to us very plainly. I've heard more than once in public and in private that our senior leaders and senior supervisors make less than a lot of cities right around us. They're beginners, and entry level. And I would say as a small business owner, you'll never win like that, and just understanding like how many people are in our economic development meeting. Because I think that Councilmember Diaz brought up a good point, which I definitely am an advocate for, is we can't do anything about money. But I think that if to dig a little bit deeper to create money, like if hypothetically Fairfield has 15 people in their economic development and we have 5 of them are from here. And they also took the Rolodexes as well. I'm just saying, if I were to hire somebody, let's play cutthroat. Can you bring your Rolodex, please? Who do you know in Vallejo that we can steal and bring business here? It's business. So right. I just think that, from a staff level, like that has to be something that we address, because we could have the greatest, needs. We could put on brand new, Nike fit and we're ready to run. Guess what? We are not in shape to run. And we're not ready to run it all. And I worry that I'm just saying, like, we're that guy, 2 top socks pulled up. And, we need to address these staffing issues. Yeah, exactly. We're not running like Pip. I wish we were, but I just think that that's something that we got to continue to explore as a city, not just right now, but every year until we can become a city that is competing with the Fairfield, Napas, Vacaville's, because we lose all of our people to these people. You name who left and you can say where they went. senior level to lower level, and constantly leaving and hearing why they left and understanding, we're not as cute and pretty as we think we are. We're not very, very attractive to people, and at least understanding why. And I think that I really feel like that is a challenge to all of these things being accomplished, because I quite often wonder, I guess there's some elves working somewhere in the basement of the city that I don't know about, because we're constantly throwing more stuff. And I'm like, well, who's going to do that? Because Gillian's doing this, Terrence work. Now, I mean, that's what it's come to. I'm like, well, who's doing what? I can't ask them for anything else.
Right.
And so I just think that that's something that we have to take a look at strategically.
And you need to stay focused and decide what's going to be the most important.
Good point. Vice Mayor just brought up it. And the vitriol from the public and to staff, and really I can deal with the public because the public may not know, and you have a right to your opinion, but we don't need to encourage it. We don't need to kind of say nothing and let that stand as a fact, and seeing what has happened to more than one senior staff member. I think that there's definitely talk that Vallejo's not a good place to be. I mean, we've had a city manager who was recorded, taking pictures, accused of stuff, stalked, included said, I saw a report from Open Vallejo said that I left his house with a black bag. I've never been to this man's house, and so that really worries me as far as, once again, we already had a problem. Now we're sitting here and playing high school games where it's like, oh, well, we're going to come up with a whole new conspiracy theory, how you're all tied together to do. And why would anyone want to be here? One of the things that I said to close friends is I said, the only people who really want to come here are people who are on the end of their careers, because then you can take your golden parachute. But if you're young, you can't afford to have whomever citizen living in a garage with some cats sitting here coming up with a million reasons and things that aren't true that will reflect how you go about getting a job.
Yeah.
You better be careful of that here. And that's a problem. So,
okay. Point taken. Okay. Somebody else? Councilmember Drew.
Thank you. So I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Brown said in regards to staffing. Like, it definitely is a challenge. And it's not just our city, it's every city in the country is struggling with it. And so I think we should consider using ARPA funding for that recruitment and retention, maybe bonuses for existing employees that refer new employees to us, and hiring bonuses as well. And then we should really focus on, since we have child and youth as one of our top priorities, creating that career pipeline for our youth to these jobs. I know we do it with the police explorers and with the Maccabee Firefighter Academy. But what about engineers? What about senior level staffing? Like, all of these jobs are incredible jobs, and if we could get our own kids involved, how much better would our whole community be from that impact? So, and then looking at economic development, like, it takes money to make money. So if we're going to be looking at a sales tax measure that will look at improving streets and roads, I know that there's more support for a dedicated tax, a special tax, but if that could include economic development in there, I would be very supportive of that. Thanks.
Anybody else? Yes.
Meissner.
Meissner.
That's all right. Just two syllables. Another overall sort of thing that I'm observing, especially looking at mistreatment of staff in public meetings. I'm hoping that what comes out of this is, government is difficult to change because there's so many laws and regulations and charters and blah, blah, blah. But when you have a problem, 95% of the problem is created by the system. People keep saying, oh, that person needs to be gotten rid of. And okay, well, we'll replace that person. And the situation that created the existence of what such problem was created by, the system and not a person. And so, just another overall, it's not the people, it's the system. And so how do we change? What are we going to do to make to help our councils be successful now and into the future. And I want to go back to, I think setting up really specific long-term goals that are achievable, but knowing that, that these might take 10 years and you might have another COVID, some of these things are so unpredictable as well. We didn't predict the subprime mortgage crash, that really hurt us really badly. And then COVID, it just felt like we were really on a track for success. And then COVID kind of just broke that apart. So you never know.
That's true. Okay. Sure.
So, moving on from the council interviews and the opportunities and challenges, we also asked staff to share what their key projects are for the next couple of years. So key priorities for 2022 include community broadband planning, roadway street improvements. You've talked about it, the youth engagement implementation plan. You've talked about it, the planned and implementation of ARPA funds, water enterprise improvements, which is a systems perspective. You heard the city manager talk about the one of the accomplishments, the resources so that the city can invest in improved water meter reading devices. You heard the city manager talk about the economic development strategy update and that you've issued your RFQ or RFP, so that's started. And then the police reform that has come, you've heard staff as well as council talk about. So bottom line is, as I go into the second list, there's a lot of alignment between council and staff. There's not an issue related to that. Implementing economic development projects in the pipeline. Staff did include the kickoff of the climate action plan, housing element update, the tonal alert system improvements for all the fire stations. I know that's a significant investment, but is time sensitive. There's an urgency around that. And then one of the engagement strategies is creating a citizens academy. And then I think Councilmember Diaz mentioned the police station. So police department facilities planning and construction. And I understand that that's an acute situation too, because the facility has some air quality issues. As well as I know that the police chief mentioned some significant concerns about the lack of really a high quality gathering area for victims when they're dealing with circumstances and they're bringing folks to the police station. They don't want to re-victimize those, re-traumatize those folks. Solano County homelessness strategy implementation and then stabilizing staffing, which I'm not going to minimize Vallejo's issue. Vallejo's got a significant issue related to recruitment, retention, and stabilizing staffing. But it is exacerbated by the fact that it's tough to recruit right now. So it's a double whammy. So these are the themes that John and I took away from the opportunities, challenges, and what we heard from council. And council's interest is really to identify one key goal for 2022. And you've said in the collection of interviews that there are 4 priorities. We're going to eventually ask you to rank these. We're going to give you a little bit more information. 1, strategy to address the needs of Vallejo's unhoused population. 2, economic development and progress in projects in the pipeline. And I just want to acknowledge the sophistication of your elected officials to really understand that there are projects in that pipeline and really understand the continuum. Some elected bodies don't get it, but Vallejo City Council does. Attracting, retaining staff. And then as the mayor mentioned, and several other council members, improving the community appeal and image. And that's kind of a big bucket. That one takes on the issue of just the visual appearance of the community, dealing with illegal dumping, dealing with the conditions of properties. But there's also this external perspective around Vallejo. Good governance. Is it an employer of choice? Is it a place that people want to come that's got, you got destination retail and destination commercial centers? And then these are the multi-year goals that the council identified. We were charged, management partners, to help this group identify one goal for 2022. But also, John and I couldn't stop from addressing the issue that Councilmember Meissner raised, and that's that it's unrealistic to assume that a community is going to solve an economic development issue in 12 months or a youth program that needs to be launched. It needs to be fostered. The relationships need to be, you need to grow those relationships, or an economic development strategy. So anyway, this is the list: affordable housing plan implementation, police reform. I know you have a capital improvement program. I know it's robust. I think the question is how much focus you put on it, whether or not you really put together an aggressive legislative strategy at the national and state level to pursue resources, your youth programming, which is taking form, your economic development strategy, and then the downtown revitalization plan. There was a lot of discussion by council of kind of this real natural connection between the waterfront and the downtown. And then that it already is a destination. So how do you make those connections? So this was the list around the themes and the interviews that we heard of your multi-year goals. Yes.
I just want to make one comment about long-term goals, because I think there needs to be some kind of tie to what it would take cost-wise, so that people really understand, like, you know, we keep hearing about the condition of our streets, and I think numbers have been put out there before, and I think that would be a really great way to show some transparency, to say, community, this is what we need to bring the streets, to fix the potholes, because if they understand what it's going to take, maybe they'll generate some support around a tax measure or something.
That's a great point. Management partners will be meeting with the staff teams after today's session, after council establishes your 2022 priority and then your multi-year priorities. And that implementation strategy will include, it'll include the activity. It may include some milestones. It'll include team members, collaborative partners, and it's going to have some buckets or some placeholders for the value or the needed investments. And that's something we can talk about with staff. What do you have and what do you need to get? And how do you leverage it?
Thing that I would say, and I would apply it to housing and homelessness, but it also makes me think about, I know the last thing we want to hear is more meetings, but I think that it's important after with these goals is we as a council be on the same page to say, what does this mean as a group? You know, like, not as what I think, but what does it mean as a group? So that, and for me, it's much easier if we're discussing it as a group and I'm in the minority and I'm like, I can live with that. I'm in the minority, but this is what we decided as a group. Okay, well, team player, let's move forward where we're at as a group on this issue. And I think that would be helpful. But so I think that we need to maybe work on some of those things and to use housing as one. We had a vote on bringing for lack of a better word, a housing, homelessness project, Hope City. Now I'll be the first to say, understatement, I got a little emotional about that meeting. Okay. Yeah, a little bit. But after the meeting, I did take the time and say, I need to learn why my council members felt differently than I did, because I thought that we all felt the same. And it made me say, okay, at least understand where they're coming from. And so that you can have a better understanding what homelessness and addressing homelessness means to them. And that's kind of where that came from, and us being able to come up with that behind the scenes. So now we can move forward. And I think you could apply that, to police reform, any of these, because we could throw those words out there, youth programming. But I know for a fact, my idea of youth programming might not be the same as someone else's. So we may both agree that we need youth programming, but their idea and mine might be different. And I don't know if the best place to hash it out is in the public. And now we're just voting and fighting, where maybe we need to come up with a plan that, makes sense for everyone, and a consensus to say, this is where we're at and this is how we're moving forward on the same page. Because I still think that sometimes we get out there and we're still kind of pulling in different directions, though we all may think that we're pulling towards the same goal.
Excellent point. And that point has been repeated by this group, so that there's really, not just in establishing kind of high level lofty goals. It's like, yeah, so what does this mean? What do we get this year? What do we get in 2023? What do we get in 2024? So today's discussion, this is essentially a study session, right? There's no action that'll be taken. When we sit down with your staff, we're going to populate. We have more detail for you than we typically do at a goal setting session, because some of the expectations that were articulated by this group to really understand, what do we get with this goal for 2022? But that information would come back to a council meeting. And what I'm hearing Councilmember Brown say is potentially that should come back to a study session to really talk through the details and hear more from staff on what does it mean? What does it mean to update the general plan? What are the steps? How many years? How many? And potentially what kind of public engagement is necessary and what other partners need to be involved, so that you have just a deeper understanding. And this group has shared key messages. So when you get questions from the public, everybody can answer it the same way.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing you say?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And also, I think it'll help us understand each other's point of view and maybe learn something. You know, like let's say Councilmember Meissner votes against something that I thought was a yes vote, but having a better understanding of, you know, because there's maybe some of her experiences and her experience in the community haven't been my experiences, and getting better understand, maybe move my needle or have a better understanding. So I just think that would be extremely helpful.
I'm sorry. After you've established your goals, if we have time, we can help you do a little facilitation on the process, because the process is as important, if not more, and that you all have agreement on the process. Go ahead, Councilmember Drew.
Yeah, because I think what happened over the last 12 months, I mean, granted, you know, not pointing fingers at anybody, because we had so much change within the organization and, you know, nationally, politically, COVID, you throw it all in, perfect storm. But we didn't have those processes set in advance. So everybody was feeling the need to do something themselves. And so all of us were trying to address all of the issues on our own and kind of pulling staff every which direction accordingly, because, you know, they would hear from us one thing, or they would see from, you know, the community would say, oh, I saw, you know, a council member doing XYZ, and wait, what? Like, hold on. And so I think having those, like you said, those processes are almost more important, and being able to have those conversations together in the room to make sure we're all on the same page and committed to those processes and not going off in different directions is really going to just really allow us to take those forward progress steps.
Oh, do you have the gumption to jump into the prioritization before we take a break? I'd like to do the 1 year and then take a break, and we'll do the multi-year. Is that okay? Okay. So one of the requests that you all made in the meetings was to have a deeper understanding of what does the goal of, we need a strategy to address the needs of Vallejo's unhoused. What does that look like? What are the steps and what are the timeframes? And there was a specific interest articulated by this council of what do we get in 2022? So you'll see staff they did a beautiful job gathering, collaborating, and coming up with that kind of deeper dive of what does that 1 year goal look like, and what do you get in probably the next 2 years, because some of the stuff just isn't going to happen in a year. It's just not realistic. So I am going to invite Councilmember Meissner. Can you read this slide? Okay. Could you read it for the group? Okay. Just turn your mic on.
Sure. So the strategy to address needs of Vallejo's unhoused is first bullet, update the general plan in February of 2023, draft inclusionary housing ordinance, November 2022, identify, establish, and titled 2 additional housing shelter options, December 2022, evaluate public safety activities, data analysis, mental health response, and community cleanliness and sanitation, December 2022.
Any questions about those?
Can I,
Yes.
So are we going to ask for, do we want to drill down to through these or?
We're not going to drill down today. We've
Okay.
provided this framework so that when we send you over to that wall with dots, you understand what staff's going to be working on when you prioritize that goal. Okay.
The one, I do want to make one comment because the inclusionary housing, so this is sort of housed, unhoused and at risk, housed at risk.
Yeah.
Because I think inclusionary housing and I think community land trust, those are two ways of creating affordable home ownership.
Tactics.
So
Got it.
sort of both.
Yep. Great.
My apologies, but just the one point of clarification is update the general plan. Council knows you went through that exercise not that long ago. This is really the pieces of the general plan that we have to do because the law changed or the housing element itself. Just for the public and the council's edification, there's a little bit of clarification for item 1.
I'm compelled to ask this. So planning person, where is your housing element at this point? And it's in front of housing and community development, the state?
Thank you. No, the housing element is in the process of being updated. We have grants to pay for that process. And the kickoff workshop is on April 18th. That notice was in the newsletter on Friday and emailed out, and that date's been firmed up. That's a joint City Council Planning Commission meeting.
Okay. The only reason I ask is because housing elements are being delayed in housing and community development for months. I mean, it's not anything that staff does wrong. It's just we've done a couple, or I've helped a couple of people put them together, and they've sat in HCD for 4 or 5 months.
Okay. The next of the 4 2022 goals. Let's see. Councilmember Diaz, do you want to read this? Turn your mic on.
The economic development and projects in the pipeline. Update the economic strategic plan in December of 2023. Identify the development alternatives for surplus lands phase 1, May 2022. Waterfront and downtown specific plan, 18 months following funding. Seca Hills Agreement, December 2022. Blue Rock Agreement, December 2022. Mare Island Specific Plan, June 2024. Connolly Corridor, that's on Mare Island, June 2027. Northern Waterfront DDA, December 2022. Solano 360, June 2024. And Small Business Grants in June 2023.
Okay. All right. The third themed goal, attract and retain staff. Vice Mayor, are you comfortable? Okay, just pop on your microphone.
I'm awake. Hello. Okay, attract and retain staff. 1, develop retention and recruitment strategy, December 2022. Citywide communications plan, August 2022. Create new employee onboarding and training program, June 2023. Create supervisory training program, November 2022. Complete organizational assessments, November 2022. Police wellness program, December 2022. Reinstate citywide wellness program, August 2022. Enhance employee recognition program, October 2022. And develop professional standard practices, June 2023.
Does that seem clear? Complete? Okay. And Mayor, may I ask you to read off the deeper dive on this 2022 goal theme?
All right. To improve the community appeal and image, both real and perceived. Number 1, citywide broadband project by December 2023. The comprehensive 5-year technology plan, December of 2023. Develop and implement the police department community engagement strategy, June of 2024. Community and youth engagement plan, beginning August 2022. The Citizens Academy, beginning on November 2022. User-friendly online permitting system, August 2022. Building code compliance and plan to remove trash, illegal signs, and unpermitted activities, April 2022. Improve roadway construction citywide, multi-year. And finally, plan to reduce crime, education, and quality of life improvements, multi-year as well.
Any questions about those? All right. So during the lunch break, we scribed those 4 2022 goals that originated from the council interviews and included the deeper dive on the on some of the key activities. And we would like to do now is give each of you 1 dot. Oh no. 1 dot to place by your goal. So you understand the goal, but these are the activities you're going to see staff really dialing in on. If you want to put it on the individual activity, go for it, but it's going to count for the goal. Okay. And I don't have to answer the question of, can I put 2 dots or 3 dots by my favorite goal? No. So why don't we take a couple of minutes and go over to the other side of the room here and put your dot on the goal. And after exercise, I'm going to give you a 10-minute break. Okay. Sorry, that was kind of loud. So thank you for going through the exercise. It looks like improve community appeal and image received 2 dots. Attract and retain staff received 1. And economic development received 4. There were no dots on strategy to address the needs of Vallejo's unhoused. So what this doesn't mean is that all of these other items aren't priorities. What it doesn't mean is that there's not work going on. Actually, there's work going on all these items. However, in order to deliver the results based upon this council's interest for 2022, economic development will be this group's priority and will receive additional focus on the part of staff. You know, 90% of staff's work is programmed by regulations, your core services. So this is that delta of 10% that they'll be making that additional investment in that priority. So celebrate. Woohoo! You did it. Round of applause. Holler. And Mayor, did you want to make some comments?
I did. I had some disagreement with the classification of some of the subtopics. For instance, on improve appearance of the city, there were 3 items there that I felt were more properly classified as economic development.
Okay.
And they would be not just the streets, but the entire image of the city that I talked about as well, but also code compliance. And I forget what the third one was, because when I'm out and I talk with business owners, and more especially people who are prospective business owners that are thinking, do I move to Vallejo or Fairfield or Benicia or what? Those are some of the major things they mentioned.
Okay.
The difficulty with code enforcement, the appearance of the city. And I think those more properly belong on economic development because I think they all tie together.
Okay, so we can make a note and we can resort. Was it which one is, I'm trying to think, because one is
I'd have
permitting.
to walk over there to see what they were. I know one was code enforcement, one was the streets, which actually should be the entire appearance of the city.
Mhm.
And there was a third one over there and I forget what it is now.
Okay, well,
I'd have to
John
look.
is circling some of those tasks so we can see to have those resorted. All right. Any other comments on the 2022 goals or any concerns or questions before we jump into the multi-year goals? Yes, Councilmember Brown.
I just want to say thank you. Last year, that got paid for 1 goal. Last year, council just worried to get accomplished all these goals. So I'm glad that we're going to
Right. Okay, good, good. So we're going to move on to the multi-year goals now. And we're going to give each of you 2 dots. And we're just going to give you random colors, but we want you to place your 2 dots on the goals that you think are the highest priority for the community for the next 3 to 5 years. Certainly as the city council conducts its annual goal setting, you know, the prioritization can shift, but we're going to provide you with those 2 dots. After you place your dots, and that sheet of paper with the multi-year dots is on the left side of the primary entry door, we're going to come back and we're going to talk about how, I'm just going to preview this. Based upon staff capacity, how will council sustain its focus on goals when members propose new priorities? What's the process? And if you agree to shift your focus, how will you reprioritize? And so it's that process piece so that this group has agreement and that you exercise discipline if you want to make shifts. But I'm going to go back and we're going to go back to these. Any questions about what we're going to do next? Everybody gets 2 dots. You get to place 2 dots on one of the 6 multi-year goals, and then we'll report the results of that. Ready? Okay, let's do it. Yeah, I'll go stand by it.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 test.
All right. So the council selected for 2022, it's going to really focus on economic development as its top goal. Doesn't mean the other things aren't going to be worked on and they're not moving their way, and you're not making progress on those. And for multi-year goals, the council assigned 6 dots to economic development for multi-year goals, youth programming 4 dots, for the affordable housing plan, 2 dots. And what's the other, Narcissa, what's the second one down? Police reform, 2 dots. So these are the top 2 priorities for the multi-year goals. Yeah.
Is there a way we can redefine youth programming? Because that worries me. Because I just think that in general, what I've seen in the past is when you say youth programming, the easiest reach is to create youth council or youth, which can be effective, but also, just youth, hey, here's a youth program or this or that. But I think fundamentally, I'd love for us to say, how do we improve the plight of our youth? How do we change their trajectory? Because if we don't do that and just have good youth programs, the kids whose parents are involved will get their kids to those programs, while the kids who can't will still be right where they're at. And so I really would be very cautious about youth program as opposed to maybe philosophically helping to change the lives of our youth. Excuse me.
Okay, that's a good point. And one of the things that we did not do, Council Brown, for this session is we did not take the multi-year goals and then drill down with multi-year work programs. But we can do that when we meet with staff. And then the process step, if you were to, I don't want to give you more meetings, you're volunteers, I get it. But if there was an interest to potentially do maybe a couple hour session to work your way through this 2022 goal and then drill down with the staff data on the 2 multi-year goals, then you can clarify, what's our aspiration? What does success look like 5 years from now? Staff can talk a little bit about the impediments and challenges. You talk about the key partners that need to be involved. As Councilmember Meissner mentioned, you got to have a business plan. You got to have money behind it and identifying the gaps. And so there's a really shared understanding. And then as you approach your legislative program, as the mayor has talked about, or pursuing grants in order to expedite that consent agenda, so you have to bring everything, for full consideration, you can identify, then there's not any surprises, does that make sense? Okay.
And if I could real quick on that item, we had a conversation before about it, but adding child to that child and youth programming, because in those spaces, if you talk about youth, they're thinking middle school and above. And if you want to address the whole family unit, you need to look at the early 0 to 5 space and the K through 5 space. So.
Okay, yeah, I'll make a note. Let's just do. Let's say it's preschool. Just say continuum up to 18, whatever, birth to 18. Okay, got it. Anything else? Any questions? Anything unclear? All right. Yes.
We all know what Richmond used to be. It's a very dangerous place, not appealing visually. And one of the things that Richmond did is, as a council, they said that they're going to make stopping gun violence as not just their issue, but it's in their DNA. Every decision will be based on stopping gun violence. And I think that it was a revolutionary decision because it changed everything. It changed the appearance. It didn't just affect gun violence. It affected their appearance, how they build housing, everything. And when you start to think of from, hey, I want to end gun violence, how do we do that through housing? Or how do we do that through something else? And they've been able to reduce gun violence by like 80%. You see the economic development, because even if you're thinking about gun violence or economic development through I want to prevent gun violence lens, you're going to make those decisions accordingly. So at some point we might, what's in our DNA? What over anything is, before we make a decision, what do we want to accomplish? Equity. I didn't want to say my own personal, but I would agree, equity. I think that if we address systemic racism, it would solve a lot of our issues in this community. Not even related necessarily to people of color, but I'm talking about housing, youth, things like that. But whatever it is, that's just something that I've been able to see that Richmond was able to accomplish with that. And I think it's pretty interesting.
Okay. And so can I answer that instead of just doing intake? So the council has identified these, this item as your 2022 goal, and then these 2 items as your multi-year goal. Everybody understands there's going to be an election, but you guys got a lot of work to do before those people are installed. I would just offer for your consideration that potentially in your next meeting, and maybe this is part of a broader strategic planning process or a broader community survey. I don't know the last time you did a kind of every couple of years citizen survey around interests and priorities. Last year? Okay.
One of the main issues, overriding theme was, I'm sorry, your May 2021 survey, the overriding theme was equity. So that may be what you want to utilize still, because that's a pretty valid survey. Equity is your overriding theme. There were 2 others, but they were primarily what we've dealt with today.
Yeah, and if I could suggest that maybe we need a list of values. That's one of our 5 values, and then we run these decisions through those lenses of values. Yeah, I think that'd be a great way to address it. That way, it's not really, and it's not adding another goal. It's just a lens.
Exactly.
Not just, but it is a lens to look through.
So as we were talking earlier about the process and the decision-making criteria, if that becomes a value or a guiding principle through which all decisions are viewed, that could be a discussion. And you certainly don't have to wait. You could do it once you memorialize these goals and have a separate discussion on what are those guiding principles or values. Perfect. All right. So with that, this last question that we have is, how are you going to hold each other and the group accountable to stay focused on those?
I think we could.
It's not that funny.
I think we can answer that in terms of establishing the agenda. That is better coordination between the city manager's office and the council and the mayor's office as to how do the items on the agenda reflect the goals as enunciated by this group today.
Councilmember.
So I have something a little specific. So some people who have been around a while remember, because we keep hearing we need a, what's the word? Change agent or something, you know, a change manager, come in and fix things. So we had that after bankruptcy. His name was Phil Batchelor. And so do we need one every 10 years? I don't think so. I think what we need to do is just continue the work that he started. And one of the things he did was he created a list of 200 and some odd items that were needed to be dealt with in the city. And, you know, frankly, I was thinking about this last night and like, it was way too many, you know, it was too dense, way too many items. But I think if we have something that's more concise comes out of this and then measure like every single agenda item is ties back to those goals that we're dealing. And some, you know, some obviously because there were a legislative body and we have to follow the law. Some of these things, you know, the 90% of the work that we have to do, but anything that's sort of related to the new goals, we tie it back specifically. This is goal number X. And this is, you know, how we're going to, how it's part of achieving either maybe the bigger goal that takes 5 or 10 years.
So let me pose a question, because this is usually what happens. You're going to have a citizen that's going to come forward. They're going to have a great idea. And so how are you going to address that? Because that is probably the most difficult of all of the, well, if it doesn't fit in the 10%, what are we going to do?
Well, so I'll tell you how I have addressed it is that I tell them to come to goal setting, that's their opportunity to pitch their idea. And if council agrees that that needs to become a priority, then this would be the opportunity. Outside of that, you know, it's really got to stay focused on the work that we've already determined as a council that we are going to stay committed to. And then outside of that, it's got to stay out of that discussion.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, and as you know, we have a two-step process in requesting items to be put on the agenda. I think we have to be disciplined enough, knowing what the goals we set today, that we focus on that and that we say no to our constituent who will want to request, can you please put this item on the agenda, which is important to them. But if it is not within the goals that we set, then we should nicely and respectfully say, you know, these goals that we've established is what we're going to be working and focusing on. So I know that's difficult sometimes, easier said than done, but yes, if we can do that, that's how we would, you know, call on the person or whoever to make sure to think about that.
Well, Councilman Diaz.
As someone that wasn't here when that took place, Councilmember Meissner, and that list, I'd like to request a copy of that list, wherever it's at. Right. Maybe, okay, well, maybe it would be a good idea if we all get that, considering it was someone that was brought in to fix things, and he did a list of 200 things. Okay, well, I mean, I have time to look at however many items on that list. I mean, it might help us if nobody has seen it.
Mayor?
I want to follow up on Vice Mayor's suggestion about saying no in some cases. I think as a council, we can establish an internal policy to specify that if you request an item be added to the agenda for consideration, you in that request explain how it will accomplish one of these goals.
Excellent. Anybody else? Councilman Brown.
I mean, at this point, I'd like to have jokingly ask staff, can they create like a gas tank where it says full or empty? I mean, because at some point we as council need to say, okay, 10% of staff capacity. Well, guess what? It's full. There's no room. And if I had to guess, I'd say there's no room for anything else, you know, and council understanding that. And I think that staff's job is to be accommodating, try to get things done. And that's great, except for in this situation, because now you're being pressed about things where you're like, we literally have no more capacity to handle anything else you're asking for. But what do you do when people just keep pressing? And I will say, you know, I appreciate staff being patient with me when I first got on, because I mean, compared to, I mean, I had a billion things to ask for and thought, oh, well, let's just do them all right now. And council too, like, yeah, let's do it all, you know, and like, you know, why can't we? Why aren't you guys moving fast enough? And still to this day, having to remind myself, like, they're probably all busy. So just, I say that tongue in cheek, but at the same time, how does staff let us know, or how do we as council understand and identify that, guess what? Staff capacity is full. Therefore, we can't really bring anything else, you know?
I think that's a discussion that you have between your manager and the council.
Fair.
I do think that we need to have opportunities to, like at mid-year budget, or when we're setting the budget, just review the goals and make sure that, you know, because maybe COVID happens and you have to change your goals. So, you know, I think that allowing some fluidity to allow for the environment changing without it becoming, you know, oh, we're going to change all of our priority, you know, like that's not what should happen, but allowing a little bit of flexibility and fluidity for current times.
And sometimes the request is, but maybe a minor amendment to the ordinance that you already have, and that, but the manager's got to make some of those decisions and figure out how it can be accomplished. Yes.
Well, to address that, like even just a minor change might, you know, when you've got staff that's at 120%, even a minor change to an ordinance, you know, I think that's really up to, I mean, we need to listen to staff if they say, you know, we can't take it on. And I just, you know, I like the visuals as well. And, you know, the visual that I really like about goals is that if you've got a vase, if you fill it up with sand first, you're not going to get the big rocks in. And so all these little things are the sand, and we need to put the big rocks in first, and then the sand will fit in behind it.
Right. Good point. Yes.
Question. I know that we are liaison to several commissions and boards, so we need to make sure that the message gets out to the commissions and boards, because they have a million things that they also want to accomplish, which, you know, we all want to support. But please, if that can be also communicated to the commission.
That's an excellent point.
Yeah.
Excellent point.
Yeah, I would to tag. Thank you for saying that, because I meant to also say that we need to make sure that all of our boards and commissions understand that we set the priorities. They then go and do the work to support those priorities, but they don't get they all have their own desires and come with their own perspectives, and that's great. They should bring those to goal setting to share with us so that we can make that final determination of what our final goals are going to be. And then they all work to support those goals.
Right.
Can I tag along? Because actually I meant to say that too. I think commissioners, when people sign up for a commission, they don't really understand their roles. And I think this is where we need more clarity. We need a lot of clarity about a lot of roles, both what council does, what staff does, and what commissioners do, because it kind of feels like it's like all of a sudden staff has 7 more bosses kind of thing. And then they get frustrated too. And so I think, if there's any, you know, it's a one-time project, but here I'm adding more work, but I think it would be really valuable to have something that says to give commissioners, especially the commissions that are a little more, some are very defined and some are not, you know, like beautification, it's very broad. Arts and culture is very broad. And so I think just giving them a definition of their roles, I think is really hugely important, especially when they sign up. Like, this is what you'll expect to do and not do.
Right.
Thanks.
I know you've got an economic development committee, and once we get through this next step, you're going to want to meet with them to have a full discussion about what you have decided. And then they're going to follow up with the consultant on the strategic planning process. And so that's going to be an important element. Because economic development, I can tell you, has changed even since I left the city of Merced. And it seems to change about once every 5 years. Not dramatically, but a bit. Any other insertion of comments? I mean, all of those are great ideas, and I like All of them. Yes,
Just
Mayor.
a follow-up comment. For several years, various commission members have expressed to different council people over the years that they're not sure what they want the council to do. And in part, that may lie in the responsibility of the council failing to address what the council wants a commission to do. We've never really given them directions. Some are prescribed by statute, like the planning
Right.
commission, that's true. But with the discretionary ones, maybe we should start agendizing a discussion about what we want each specific commission to do for the council to opine as a body, and particularly how it ties in with these recently established priority goals, because they're looking to us for some direction,
right?
Any direction. You know, we really never given it.
Anybody else want to interject at this point? Now's your time. Mike, do you have anything you want to?
And I have a question.
I was, but we may actually get to it. And one was just the whole conversation about capacity. We started talking about goal setting a few months ago amongst our staff, and we looked at it as how much excess capacity do we have within the organization to take on new initiatives. And that's something that we started working on, try to define what that actually looks like. I don't have an answer for you today. We're hoping to actually have that work done, but we've been diverted towards other endeavors. Then the other thing too, I think I spoke to everyone early on, is defining what success looks like. When we put these goals out here, a lot of them have a different milestones we have to achieve. What's success either on the 2022 goals or as we identify the milestones on the long-term goals? What does staff have to do to be successful in those arenas?
Whoa. I want to interject that, I mean, you've all talked about having greater specificity on just youth programming. Probably economic development as well is going to be required. So that could be the next step, that you've got to get down to a little more specificity as to what your expectations are. Attracting new business, great idea, but it's very complex. And it involves lots of steps. So your consultant, whoever you hire, is going to be the person you're really going to have to look to help you with that. Councilman. Council member.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I think for me, like the reason I always keep bringing economic development as a top priority is because that's the only way we can really grow a broader tax base and grow our general fund revenue so that we are able to do more of all of these things. So I think anything that comes in front of us, maybe in the staff report, it can show how this will increase your general fund revenue by XYZ dollars if these pieces happen, because we will get this kind of tax revenue from those different categories. I think that would be very helpful in helping us understand the reason that these projects are so important.
Right. That's a good point.
Thank you. Yes, in addition to the commission discussion, I wanted to get direction from staff in terms of capacity, because I know in the last few months we have put on the agenda requests for agenda items as relates to early childhood development, arts and culture, long-term funding, which already have been approved to be brought to council as an agenda item. So we need direction on how to go about that. The commissions have already assumed that this will be on the agenda. We are actually doing an agenda item on the smoke-free multi-dwelling unit in the next meeting on the 26th. So I know that that's for sure going to happen, but there's other agenda items that have already been approved by Council A using the two-step process. So again, and some of them do not necessarily relate to economic development and some do. So again, just I'm not saying yes or no, but we need direction from staff on how to move forward.
Yeah. Sounds like you have a lot on your plate already for the staff you and the staff. Okay. So council should work with the staff to establish the goals, which you're in the process of doing right now, and then stick to them and add for the greatest, so that it adds for the greatest success. City staff will develop work plans to support those goals. The budget has to align with those goals. And we will recommend that you have quarterly updates from the staff as to how they've succeeded in the various goals that you've adopted. And then your interim city manager evaluation should rely heavily on what has been accomplished by his organization. Yes, sir. Oh, okay. Actually, that's the end of that slide. So go right ahead.
That last one's very concerning because him or her, whomever it may be, achieving their goals isn't entirely based on them. It's actually based on 7 people who might be sane, might not. So that's kind of unfair to me, to whether it's interim or anyone, to say, well, we're going to, you know what? We're going to base your evaluation on how you achieved our goals. But really, it should be, well, how did you manage all of us to somehow pull us in one direction? Because what if we're not, like, that's kind of unfair to me. Like, how would one do that? Like I don't know. Like, I don't know how I could take a job. Be like, hey, we're expecting you to achieve these goals. Well, am I the only one shooting the shot? No, we're actually the ones doing it. Well, how am I supposed to do that when ultimately you all are my bosses? You know, let's evaluate you all on how you all achieve the goals, right? Because, you know, if 5 of us or 6 of us are, you know, saying one thing and then however many are saying something else, and still asking that the city manager and staff treat it all equally, then it's going to create, and I see that all the time, where they're getting pulled in different directions. So I personally think that I don't even know how one would quantify or even do that, because ultimately Mike's not the one taking the shots.
No, but basically, when you put those goals together, the council has adopted them, hopefully unanimously.
Right.
Okay. So the next step is to have the measurement tools. And so they're not, to have economic development success, maybe there's 17 steps to do that. And there's a timeline in which to do it and a logical process to do it. And so that's what you're evaluating the manager on.
Gotcha. I got you,
not
John.
that you get the end result.
But I would also throw in there, like you were saying, like maybe we're not measuring true, you know, you completed this as far as economic development. But I think that you could easily throw some in there and say, well, you know, if you guys want to measure how many steps I took, then I want to measure how many times you guys asked me to do things that are outside of your purview and our goals, you know, because if those outweigh even the number of things I'm at, then it's almost impossible for him to do that. Like, reason I said, it's just not all on one person. So how do we, that to me is an easy way for council to say, it's not our fault. How did you do to achieve our goals? Like, that's scary, you know, like I don't, or get fired. Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, that's kind of scary. Particularly, I see a hard strategy of delay, diffuse, obfuscate, create chaos. I mean, that's what we're dealing with here, particularly with staff, create chaos. And we'll see if we can slow you down to the point that nothing gets done till our new fairy tale council comes in. And so that really worries me. If we're going to if it were all on him and it's like, here, you know what? Here, Mike, I want you to accomplish this, this, and this. We're out of it. Do it. You're absolutely right. Did you get it done? And what have you been doing? But when he actually, the factors are also us, myself included, in what I'm asking him and things we're asking him, it seems to me to be a setup.
Well, I always have appreciated knowing that I'm going to be evaluated on how well I accomplish the things that city council wants. Can it be a setup? Of course it can. But you hope as a city manager that you've got the understanding of the board as to some of the potential delays. And there's going to be delays. I mean, something's going to happen that will not allow for staff to be able to accomplish what you want them to accomplish in 6 months or a year. You just need, hopefully cooler heads will allow for that to occur and you go forward.
I just wish there was a way to also quantify that. Like, how many times did we ask them to do things that they really didn't have the capacity to do? And if we're not asking that, then it's not, I hear what you're saying, just concerned.
Microphone, please.
Usually your city manager has their own opinion and we'll let you know that, but yes, council member.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you, Councilmember Brown. I think that, the Spider-Man movie said it right, with great power comes great responsibility. We as council, I think Councilmember Dew mentioned that we make policy and then it's handed over to the city manager. So at that point, and it's the duties need to be distributed to staff in a way that it can be done or it can be measured. City manager can measure, which staff members are doing what. I'll give you an example as far as having 7 people tell you, what to do. And then, it comes down to that person being responsible. When I worked 28 years for the county, we had regulations that came down from the state, from the feds, from the county, but ultimately we were held accountable for the job that we did. As social workers, as eligibility workers, people's lives depended on it, which is a little different here. Well, maybe not, because we do have people's lives depending on certain things. So there's an incentive to do your job. There's an incentive to do a good job. There's an incentive to have the people below you do a good job. So everybody's held accountable. Yes, I will agree with you on one point where you mentioned, what was that? You said, is there a way of monitoring to make sure that we know what we asked them to do that was maybe too much? Yes, we should be monitoring that. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that as staff, as employees, wherever we're at, not just at the city level, county, private sector, I'm assuming your business too, you might tell your staff members, this is the new product, this is what we're going to do. But if somebody drops the ball, your business is going to suffer. Same thing here. And I'm not saying, the manager as a whole, but it starts at the top and people need to be held accountable. There's responsibilities. And that's why we oversee him and the attorney, and they oversee the staff. And that way everything flows well. But yes, there should be quarterly reporting. There should be a lot of things taking place because there shouldn't be an attack to have someone fail. That's horrible at any level. We should want staff to succeed. They should want us to succeed. And this way, the whole city succeeds and all of the residents succeed. But yes, people have to be held accountable, period.
I totally agree with what Councilmember Laura Diaz said. I think my example was a little bit different because even from your standpoint, I don't know what your job was like, but when you're asking someone who's in a static position, who's only dependent on accomplishing A, B, and C, I think that works really great. But when, like I have a manager at my business and I say, hey, I want you to accomplish these tasks, and we do quarterly meetings. But if I told her, I want you to accomplish these tasks, but also want you to go do all this other stuff I'm asking you, and you don't even count that part, I still want you to accomplish these things. And so I think that would worry me. As I said, I was speaking to some executives who work in the corporate area, and they called it going on vacation. And I said, how you guys going on vacation and you're at work? And they said, no, we do it all the time. Anytime our bosses ask us to do something we've already done and know we've done it, it's vacation time. We're off by 12 every single day till we want to work on something interesting. And I thought it made me think of council when they said it, and my own people. Like, I don't want people feeling like, you know what, you don't value my work. Bam. And to use this isn't a perfect example, but let's just use a police station, for example. I know for a fact I've heard staff say that they had to research some of the same information we asked them to research 3 years ago. So my question would be, if hypothetically we had a project for Mike and we wanted Mike to, reach these goals, but we have him back working and staff back working on a project that they've already worked on 3 years ago. I think that then how do we work on present things and still ask them to juggle this? And we want you to pull this back forward while at the same time forward thinking. And I think that it's not a perfect example, just an example of, I don't know how one would then ask them to accomplish those goals if we're not giving them full reign to just move forward. Because, you know, and they can't really say it, but if I were staff, I'd say, well, I've just worked on this stuff. And if you want me to work on this, great, I'll give it my all. But then how do I work on future things? Because in my mind, like I said, I just counting, he has 2 assistant city managers, who's working on what, you know, eventually you run out of, you know, people can't work all day, every day. So that would be my only concern. Is I agree with you in theory. I just don't know if this fits, particularly if we have the capacity to ask staff to work on other things outside of what they're going to be judged on. And by judged, I mean, that could be retainment and raises or lack thereof.
Okay. Council.
Can I answer him real quick? Just this is brief. I just want to say, yes, that happens where, you know, you have staff saying, I've researched this, but I think that clear direction on what council wants is key, because if it's done right the first time, you don't have to do it again.
Okay. Councilmember Do.
Well, and I would say that that it's the city manager's job to, if we have this conversation, for example, with the police department headquarters, and we say, okay, we want you to investigate on this thing, then they need to say to us, okay, if that is your direction tonight, that is what we will do. But just know that we are not going to be doing this in exchange for that. And as long as this is the direction the council wants to go, and you understand that you are reducing the level of priority on this thing in order to do this thing, then that is what is going to happen going forward. And so I would hate to think, I don't believe our senior leadership team would ever go on vacation with anything that we are, you know, asking them to do repeatedly. I'm sure that they are going to make sure we know that if we're telling them to do something repeatedly and it's taking away from them being able to do the things that we have set as our priorities going forward. I mean, like I said, I think last year was the perfect storm in terms of having any clear priorities to begin with. But I do believe going forward that, you know, the senior leadership team is going to be really good about making sure we're holding ourselves accountable to the goals that we've set, and making sure that we understand if anything else rises. Like I said, we need that flexibility and fluidity, but making sure we understand when we're putting something else forward, something else is coming off the table.
Right. Fine.
If I could say something real quick, I think Councilmember Du brings up some very, very good points, and I would agree. And I'll send you the article my sister sent me, but there's an epidemic in corporate America where they say people are going on vacation. And it's just human nature. If you ask them to do something 3 times, it's like, I've already done it, so I'm gonna send. So that would be my only 2 cents is I agree with you in theory, but in actuality, I worry that people aren't so enthusiastic. And I was thinking earlier about what would happen if a city manager said, we're sitting in the, nope, not doing it, too busy. We're too busy, sorry, can't do it. You, no, your team, but no. I would worry about them keeping their job, even if they were all the way right and being totally forthright and honest with us. Their job would be in danger. Let's not kid ourselves.
Microphone, please.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of no's.
But I'd come back to you after the council meetings and let you know. Mr. Malone has something.
Let me say something real quick. First of all, I appreciate the discussion. Internally, what I have told staff is that they need to tell me no. If we're bringing things to them and saying that your workload is such, and I'll use Felicia Flores as a prime example. She never said no. She kept taking on projects every time somebody brought something to her. And when she resigned, she gave us a 9 pages of stuff she was working on.
I believe that.
So what I've told staff is that you have to tell us, no, you don't have any more capacity. Okay. And in turn, what I'll do is tell council, if they're asking us to do stuff that we don't have the capacity to do, that they'll have to tell us what is it we're not going to do in order to do whatever this new priority is. I don't think as a staff, we can be successful if we don't do that. And I know we looked at the priorities, and we had, for us, one of the things we talked about was retention. And I think the lack of retention and stability hampers and has hampered efforts to move the city forward. So it's internally, that's still a top priority for us. Use the city manager's office as an example right now. With the two positions that were approved at mid-year and with the departure of Felicia, we have 4 vacancies within the city manager's office. And there's things that we would like to work on right now. We have to wait until we get the capacity on board, just using that as an example. So we will look at these items and we'll probably have to set some milestones. But at the same time, I think it's important that when we come back to council and the milestones that we set over a 12-month period of time, everyone agrees that we can hit these. We can hit 95% of them. It's considered a successful year as an example, right? So I've always worked, I've been in management since 1989, and I've always got evaluations. I've always been measured on performance. Never got a bad evaluation. So I'll just say that. Okay. So I'm comfortable living in that world.
Not to beat this dead horse, but I have one more comment. So I think just knowing the city and, I think we acknowledge the mistreatment of staff in the community. And I've seen this happen in the city of Vallejo where, council changes every 4 years, every 2 years. And my main concern today, especially is, this is my last term and it's like we're pushing the ship off into the future. And I want to make sure that ship doesn't sink. And one of the things, and I really goes to your point, the difference between like staff and then the city manager and city attorney is that it's so political. And we get community members, again, they think, oh, we get rid of the city manager, put something else in, it's going to change everything. That's magical thinking. That's magical thinking. And I want to make sure that, we want to have good employees. We want to have a good city manager, a good city attorney. And when we do, I want to make sure that somehow we can set them up for success in the future, that they don't run into it. And I've seen this with the city of Vallejo already. I've literally sat in the audience and observed it before I was on council that a new council was elected and they got rid of their city manager. And yes, we paid another boatload of money. It's very frustrating. And how do we set our employees up for success when it's a very highly charged political environment? Just saying it. So thank you.
Any last comments? Okay. Well, we will work on this. I know that the next section, we have a citizen that has indicated that they're interested in making a comment. So public comments. Mayor, this is your
Yes, we will call on the speaker's card. Do we also probably need to announce that if there's anybody out there virtually listening, they have 2 minutes from this time going forward in which to indicate that desire. How do they call in? What, the same number as what? Okay, what is that number?
Mr. Mayor, it's the same number, Zoom, that we've been using. And I do see we have a couple of people who have raised their hand.
Okay, so okay. I hope everybody got that. We have one card. 3 minutes. Okay, the phone number to call is 669-900-6833 and enter the meeting ID 914-0075-0676 pound. And when our IT person recognizes you, you will press pound or *9 to digitally raise your hand on the phone. With that, we will take the in-person commentator first, and that is Charles. You have the floor, 3 minutes. Come on up here and grab a mic.
Can I speak from here? I have a prepared statement.
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks. Is the clock ready? Okay, great. Hi, Charles Pomaris. As a member of the St. Vincent's Hill Neighborhood Coalition, we request that you incorporate the Mean Streets to Green Streets project into your prioritized goals. And we strongly urge you to ensure that this project is reinvigorated and to see it to completion. Now I'll be strictly speaking on my priorities as an independent resident. Local and small businesses. Talk to our local and small businesses and prospective business owners and find out what they need. Figure out what processes need to be streamlined, what language on forms and applications need to be clarified, and whatever fees that need to be eliminated or reduced. Lots of progress has been made since the Vallejo Chamber of Commerce conducted those business surveys a few years back. However, that was pre-pandemic, and we need a more robust understanding of their needs now and then addressing those needs as appropriate. The second thing, inclusionary housing ordinance. This city council already supports an inclusionary housing ordinance, so I don't need to sell you on it. With that said, the inclusionary housing ordinance has not moved forward for nearly a year now, and this needs to be passed sooner than later. Lastly, planning staff. I urge you to prioritize the planning division of the city of Vallejo. Under no uncertain terms, whatever positions they need filled, please get them filled. Assistant planners, associate planners, senior planners, all of them. Of course, organizational culture plays a role, but salary plays a tremendously outsized role. And frankly, these planning positions in planning need to be coupled with a salary competitive with other California local governments. While all city departments are critical, at the risk of exaggeration, city government can only go as fast as planning staff can go. I'm a big believer in vibrant, equitable neighborhoods, housing for all incomes, including the unhoused and the housing insecure, preventing violence, and inclusive economic development. But if planning staff is busy just treading water, then we'll never get to shore. And with respect to the vision of the general plan, if we don't support the planning staff now, 10 to 15 years later, we may wake up and find out we missed the mark. I understand that this is interim city manager Mike Malone's lane, but please help him figure out a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belmar. I appreciate your comments. And I will note that the time in which the virtual public could indicate a desire to speak is now passed, and I will close that sign up window. Ask, do we have any virtual speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 4 speakers.
Do we have any virtual speakers? We do not. Very well, there are no further.
No, Mr. Mayor, we do have 4 speakers.
Pardon me? Oh, there's a hand up. Okay, on the screen. Oh, Liat. All right, yay. We made it onto the screen, Liat. Go ahead if you can hear us.
Hello? Am I on?
Liat, we can't hear you yet.
Yes, Liat Meitzenheimer, and thank you for giving
Just a moment, please. You're going to need to turn off the volume on that.
Liat Meissner, go ahead, please.
Hang on, Liat. We'll solve our technical problems there. Is there some reason why we cannot hear her? Liat, are you Liat? Are you trying to speak over your phone, or you?
I'm here. I'm just waiting for someone to say go.
Yes, go ahead, please.
You're wanting me to go ahead now?
I can't hear the volume.
Hello.
Mr. Mayor, Liat is ready to go. Can she talk?
All right, Liat, we're gonna have to get the Cal Maritime IT people down here, so just stay on the line or whatever you're doing. I guess you can hear us. Sit tight, or do you have a phone? Yeah, okay. Councilmember Ariel is gonna call you on her cell phone, so pick up.
Hello.
Hi, Liat. There she is.
Okay, say testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Is that okay? Okay.
Okay, you go ahead. Go ahead. When you start speaking, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Hello? Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay. Thank you. Once again, here speaking on behalf of affordable housing. As a 37-year resident, I can tell you for at least 2 decades, we've been talking about making affordable housing as a goal. Every year it falls short. And you have a number of items that are on there that all fall into making sure that affordable housing is part of that plan. Economic development includes affordable housing. You have the housing element that's coming up. You have your arena numbers that are coming up. And you have postponed again to deal with a plan for affordable housing. We have 5 major developments that are currently working on housing here in Vallejo, none of which have any affordable housing as part of that plan. I know that the city says that there is some unwritten or written notice that 20% of all developments are supposed to be for affordable housing, but we have yet to see that happen. We have yet not had that happen in the last 2 decades. And so we have corporations that are buying up all of the available property. We have them also buying up all of our major apartment complexes. And now we're seeing that corporations are buying homes here in Vallejo. And so we're losing that opportunity to set that policy in place so that we have a goal and a guidelines for affordable housing. We want to make sure that we have economic development. But in order for those people to move here because their jobs are here, you have to have affordable housing. And so if you never put that plan into effect and you keep putting it down the road, that is some lofty goal that you want to get to, all of the land that's available is going to be gone. And so the infill is the only thing that we have available currently to look at as far as affordable housing is concerned. If you're making homelessness as part of your goal and a priority, let's try to fix it so that people do not lose their homes and become part of that homeless population. Want to make sure that the people have housing stability here in Vallejo. And so we hope that you will support the organization of Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition and the Community Land Trust, which is helping the city to meet those RENA numbers and to help build affordable housing as an alternative to the city actually going and putting out a plan. So we hope that you continue to move affordable housing up to a higher level of priority so that we don't lose the possibility of being able to build any of that here in Vallejo. And we hope that you will support organizations that are trying to help you as far as building homes and putting people into homes and keeping homes affordable with the Community Land Trust. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. And Mr. Malone, if you're here, or Mr. Davis, Ms. Meissner expressed a belief that 5 applications are pending without a affordable housing requirement in those applications. Would you investigate that and report back to us when you can find out what the status of those 5 applications is? Thank you. And we'll move on to our second speaker, Crystal Little. You have 3 minutes, Crystal. When you start speaking, we'll start the clock when you speak.
Gretchen, go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Gretchen, not Crystal. Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So
Councilmember Ariel has her phone number, so maybe you better do the same thing.
Is she on the?
Okay, they can't hear me out there?
Yeah,
it's been called to my attention, Crystal, that you You spoke at the first community forum, so under our laws.
I didn't speak. I didn't speak.
You do not get to speak to.
I did not
council at
speak
the
at
second
the-
community forum.
I did not speak at the
So
first.
I regretfully must decline your application, having been reminded that she did speak at the first community.
I did not. Are you talking to Gretchen?
Now
I
I'm
did
being told
not.
you did not speak. So
Gretchen did not speak.
it's 3 minutes. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Okay.
Wow.
So Councilmember Ariel, maybe better call her on the phone too. Seems to work better. Aha. Well, thank you, Madam City Attorney. So, Krista Little, you apparently did speak at the first community forum, and we can't speak at the second community forum now, according to our bylaws. So, if there are no other speakers for our second community forum,
What is going on? Tina was going to call me.
we will conclude our second community forum item and move on to item number 6, which is
I'm not on.
I just need the last slide. So,
okay, hang on. We'll still stay on community forum until we get it resolved. Do we have somebody else who wants to talk? 'Cause I don't have it here in front of me. Great. Well, why don't we do this? We'll do the wrap up. Well, we're trying to figure out the technical difficulties of being in a remote location. We'll ask the speaker's indulgence while we try to figure it out. 4 people, I'm told.
3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock. Still have time. I think we were at time. I think we
All
were.
right, so we'll let you wrap up, and then we'll figure out how to access people who want to speak on community forum. All right, try it that way. Thanks.
So, how was this today for the city council? Good use of your time? Okay. What's your goal for 2022? What's your goal? What are your 2 multi-year goals?
Economic development strategy update and youth and child programming.
Right. And when are you, what's going to happen when you see them again? The goals.
We know them.
Right. Councilmember Meissner, put your microphone on its head.
Meissner. That's all right. Not mice, Meissner. We are going to have a study session where we drill down to the layers of these goals to make sure that we are in agreement or create agreement.
Right. And how are you going to keep yourselves on track? Mayor, how are you going to keep yourselves on track?
I'm sorry, Spanish community forum. How are we going to keep the council on track?
Stay focused on the 2022 goal and the 2 multi-year goals. How are you going to stay on track?
And also communications with the city manager's office and saying no proposals aren't related to the goals. We'll manage the agenda better that way. And hopefully we will discuss some modification of your budget, or actually budget, because we're right back in here.
Going to manage this piece.
We're
Boards and
also
commissions.
going to communicate to our commissions as a council what we would like them to achieve, and to the public as well.
And this will support the alignment because they're going to understand what the council goals are, and then they're going to request to work on items, and you get to say yes or no, or these support our goals, right? Okay.
And
you're going to review the existing list.
That was, I think that was originally the request for 2011 by the city manager Bill Bachelor put together. I don't know if we still have that document in our case or not. We can check with the city clerk to find that out, or maybe somebody held on to it because I purchased all my stuff a while back.
I think this is the vice mayor's recommendation that you put fresh eyes on the list of recent requests.
Right, the one, but we went through the two-step process to request agenda items.
Right, and your comment was, let's make sure that aligns with the goals.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right. I want to confuse. It's the council request.
There we go. I stand corrected. Thank you.
I stand corrected. Thank you very much. Okay. So I'd just like to, we'd like to review really quickly your agreements from the day.
So if I may interrupt for a moment, we do have two additional public speakers on the line, Gretchen Zimmerman and Andrea Sorce, who did not speak during the first public forum, and we've confirmed that with Naveed. There are technical difficulties on the other end, which is why you can't hear Naveed.
Can you hear me now?
There's also, I'm
This is a
told, a
test.
Crystal G and a speaker by the name of Bob and Andrea Sorce and Gretchen Zimmerman. 4.
Sound test, sound test.
So do you want to continue the wrap up or do you want to transition back to public comment?
Are we able to access our public comment people yet? Okay, so we're gonna have to take a 5-minute break for the IT office and get that straightened out. Why don't we hear your wrap up while we're doing that?
Definitely. So as far as team agreements, the council identified a couple of items that we put in the parking lot here. Put it right here. But in a separate conversation, you're going to discuss and establish meeting management protocols. In the management partners report that you're going to get from us, we're going to summarize some of your thoughts that you articulated today. A couple of those things are reduce city council comments to 10 minutes, supporting one another to keep yourselves at that 30,000 foot level, that policy level. Let's see what else. Meeting with the city manager and the scheduled one-on-ones. So you can do that prep, you can ask the probing questions. These are informational sessions or you're not making any decisions. And then conduct more study sessions. That was what, is that right? Conduct, right? So that Councilmember Brown said that on those topics that are more complex, that are more focused sessions where you can dig in and learn and ask for additional information. So you have time for staff to collect the information for the formal business meeting as they're framing up the materials. And then
Recording in progress.
Financial consequences, ethical consequences, legal consequences for folks that violate those items, and you can deal with those in your own, based on your own discretion. Taking time to celebrate successes at every meeting. This is John Bramble and Christine Butterfield's recommendation to you. So putting it on your agreements. We've heard this in the negative, but I just want to offer critique privately. Kicking the crap out of someone, one person, in front of a group of other people, it's bullying. It's a borderline harassment, and you can't do it. You can't do it and have any credibility as a governing body. And then there was the request to provide staff reports a week in advance, encourage staff to really exercise concise writing practices. So it's brief, it's clear. And there was also the request, and this is a very typical request. Here's the policy question. here are the options or alternatives. Here are the pros and cons. Councilmember Dew said, yeah, and provide kind of context for the long-term financial impacts. This is not one and done. Elected bodies are not making decisions. They're not making the tactical decisions. They're making decisions in the progression of an array of milestones over a long period of time. And also address the staff capacity. This is a big issue with grant compliance. I know in a number of jurisdictions that I worked in, we would identify the additional reporting requirements and they just be able to identify that. But I think what I heard from this council was, if you don't have staff capacity, tell us that in the action item so we know it's coming to us in a future budget cycle. So these were some of the agreements in addition to the what's our goal for 2022? And then our multi-year goals. Yay. I wish I had a Snickers, Councilmember Dew. What other agreements? Any other agreements from the day? I mean, we do have this homework assignment. Yeah, well, they are your pipeline, absolutely. Anything else that's missed in the wrap up? Okay, and does everybody understand what Management Partners is going to do for you to continue the next steps? You guys understand what we're going to do, Management Partners? What we're going to do for you next? Mm-hmm.
Work with staff.
Work with staff. What? Right. Work with staff, and then what's going to happen? Right, bring it back to a council meeting. We would recommend that you do it at a study session in case you want to make any tweaks or ask questions or shift any tasks or activities under the goals, and then bring it back to a formal council meeting, and then you can do your public comment once it's baked. Okay? Any questions about that process?
Sometimes study sessions, sometimes council may not all be there at the study session. So because folks go on vacation, so it's okay to do a study session with just the majority and have a quorum. So that's okay.
Yeah. Just got to participate in your briefings with your city manager and your city attorney, right?
Yeah, okay, because we may not be able to get the full council.
Yeah,
we
best
make
though if
every
we
effort
could.
to do
I
that.
think that'd be the ultimate to have us all there. I think it's important to have us all there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Has to be after 5:30. Study sessions.
5:30 is okay. After study sessions after 5:30. Great. So one of your expectations, well, the two expectations, one goal, focus, but getting issues on the table. Are there any issues, concerns, comments that folks had through the course of our interviews today, process next step that haven't been surfaced? Okay, so on behalf of Management Partners, and we mean this so authentically, it is an honor to facilitate these sessions. It is a opportunity for folks to have candid conversations. Everybody has been very open and vulnerable, and we respect that and we admire it. We have every confidence you can get this work done. If you can stick with your commitments to remain focused. One or two word takeaways from the day, how you would summarize. Yeah.
Before I say takeaway, I apologize because I was thinking about what you just said, and I still would love to hear more from staff and maybe from you all, just how we can reduce and make sure that we're efficient in our meetings so that not only are we there that late, but more importantly, that we're getting things done. I think that's something I'm still trying to learn and would love, just as we continue to improve.
We're going to give the interim city manager a list and you can pick from the menu. When you have, this needs to be a separate discussion. This is a separate meeting. If you want our help with this, we'd be happy to do it. But this is a separate focused discussion and I would dedicate about 90 minutes to it. Got it? Okay. One or two word takeaways. I'm gonna start with the city manager. One or two, yeah, the day.
All right. I think this session was really, really good. I think we came away with some takeaways. Someone asked me, what did I want out of the day? And I said, with some clear direction.
Okay.
Well, and so I think we have some priorities that we can work on that touch every department in the city and some goals. So I'm looking forward to working on these and reporting back to council in the future.
Great. City Attorney.
I try to prove I can follow direction. Helpful.
I don't know if I have one word, but again, I'll say as this is my last year, and I'm going to put the boat. Some of us are going to put the boat out in the water for the future and hope it doesn't sink. So I'm hopeful. I think I would say I'm hopeful that it's not going to sink. This is us here today, but into the future there'll be different city managers, and how do we set them up for success? So set up for success.
Productive.
I'm going to cheat too and say more than one word, but I do want to echo Councilmember Meissner's comments that, just think this will be helpful in hopefully giving the council some good, kind of how to stay in our lane, be effective, not only just now, but hopefully as we move on, because we didn't all put this work in and we don't want to see the next council fail. We want to see the continued success as we continue to develop. So thank you.
Yeah, it's productive and optimistic because this current council, I believe, has the capacity and ability to make very important decisions by the end of the year or before the end of the year, because we have 3 council members that are seasoned, experienced, and I trust their opinions and judgment, as well as also welcoming our 2 council members, Diaz and Councilmember Ariola, who have a lot to contribute to this process. And of course, our mayor leading the charge. So I'm very optimistic. Thank you.
Councilmember Ariola, go ahead.
Thank you.
Courage.
And
I want to thank you both for this. It was amazing. I think that we got a lot accomplished. I want to assure those 3 that are leaving that the boat will not sink. We all know how to row. The boat was there before you guys were there, and the boat will be there afterwards. We got it. And you're more than welcome to always come to us and suggest things, because you do have a lot more experience than we do. And I'm all ears, except for you, Councilmember Meissner. Thank you.
well, on behalf of the council, I do want to say very properly and truly to management consultants and our individual participants here today, thank you very much. I think you accomplished a very excellent workshop under very demanding circumstances. I want to acknowledge that success and celebrate it, and thank the council for sharing their values, because I think we came a long ways today, much further probably than many of us had anticipated. So
Excellent.
Thank you so
That's
very,
good to hear.
very, very much.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
And now we still have 4 callers. Hopefully the IT is okay. John, go ahead. Hang on, callers.
Actually, I've already said it. Thank you very much. We appreciate you selecting us, and we look forward to helping you get to those critical decisions that you're going to have to make in the next 30, 45 days.
Thank you so very much. We look forward to that. Now let's try the callers. We have 4 of them, as I understand it.
Sound check.
So do we have the capacity to?
Doing it right now. We're doing it right now.
We're ready now?
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready now. Do you have contact with them, or do you know who they are, or shall I just call them in order?
Sound check. Sound check.
The joys of remote broadcasting. I think that's
Okay.
Sound check. Does it come out of the speakers?
Hear it out of the computer.
Something's wrong with your mixer. So the mixer is not going through. So plug the cable back in. Sound check, sound check.
Okay, and then you can stop the camera. Okay. Okay. And then, so he said we're just either going to speak out of the laptop speakers. Okay. All right. Okay. Ready? Okay, we're ready. You ready? Yeah.
Gretchen, go ahead with your public comments, please.
Coming?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is Gretchen in Vallejo, not Crystal. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Give us 1 second, please.
Can the mayor hear me?
No, it's not coming out.
Speakers?
It's let's just do the computer speakers again. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, Gretchen, give us a minute. We're trying to work out a situation in that room. Okay, give us a minute.
Thank you. Okay. Let me know when you want me to test it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's coming out.
we'll let you know in a minute. 1 second, please.
Feedback.
Okay. Yes, we're ready. She's ready. Go ahead.
Gretchen, go ahead now. You can go ahead and make your comment, please.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Gretchen and it's not Crystal. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, so I caught a little bit of the meeting earlier and something about how there's very active community here in Vallejo. It's unusual and it makes the meetings take a really long time because all these people just want to come and talk all the time. I want to tell you that I would rather be doing something different on Tuesday nights. If you have a lot of people coming and talking who seem upset and angry, it's probably because something's wrong. Something's wrong with the relationship between you and the community. Something's wrong with the communication. And this is the only way we have to speak and try to stop you from doing things that we think are harmful to the city. We're not just doing this to give you guys a hard time just for fun. This is not fun. I'd rather be home watching a movie or something on Tuesday night, not staying up till 11, 12 at night. There was another portion where you were talking about decision making and that big decisions required more time. And I've watched you guys time and time again. Oh, we have to decide whether we're going to build this building and put the police in it tonight or we'll lose the chance to get the building. And it's always like that. It's always this emergency. It's the last minute. There's no planning. There's no community engagement. I mean, we get up and talk and we get 15 minutes or something. So it's really not fair to blame the community for the meetings taking so long. I do like the idea of limiting the council's time. Time and time again, I hear council, they'll start to speak and then they'll start repeating themselves and say the same thing for like 30 minutes while it's 10 o'clock at night. or they're asking a lot of questions that if they, and I know you guys have limited time because you're working too, but like I read the documents ahead of time and I know the answers to these questions you're asking staff, but you didn't read the staff report. So yes, staff reports need to come out in better time. Give council time to read it so it doesn't have to come up in the meeting. But my main point is please don't blame the public. If we're coming and freaking out at meetings repeatedly over and over, it means you're doing something wrong. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Andrea Sorce, go ahead, please.
Let's hear all the.
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Let's hear all.
Okay, I had some high-level comments and want to echo what Gretchen just said. I was actually recently completing the ethics training for the surveillance board appointment, and I know that all of council and any appointed officials in Vallejo have done this state ethics training. I took some notes. One of the items was the importance of public perception. Public perception matters a great deal. Public service ethic, and this is word for word, public service ethics is not only about doing the right thing, but also about the public's confidence that indeed the right thing has been done. Public service must maintain a high standard of ethical conduct that promotes public confidence that public officials' actions are motivated solely by the public's interests. Federal law gives the public the right to honest public service from their officials. This concept is that public servants owe a basic duty of loyalty and honesty to the public. This duty is violated when a public official makes decisions or takes actions that are motivated by the official's personal interests as opposed to the interests of those the official serves. Then there's a section on fair and unbiased decision-making and community relations. The public reviews of an official's responsiveness are seriously undermined when it appears an official is not listening to the input being provided by the public. Even if you disagree with the views being offered, a good practice legally and ethically is to treat the speaker with the same respect you would like to be treated with if the roles were reversed. Moreover, at least one court has ruled that officials' perceived inattentiveness during a hearing violated due process principles. So we're speaking about the ethics of needing to be responsive to the community. And this is a training that you all completed and signed on to. And I want to know who you're serving, honestly, because I heard bits and pieces today, and it just, the theme that came through was a disdain for the community from a majority of council. One of the challenges that was cited was, quote, mistreatment of staff in public meetings. And the only thing I can think of is that you're referring to the community calling out issues with the job performances of staff and the lack of accountability and follow-up. I've never once heard a personal criticism of a staff member. It's all been performance related. And I just want to establish once and for all that asking for accountability is not mistreatment. So I only have 40 seconds left, and I'm going to follow up on many of these items tomorrow at my public comment for the community forum. But I have some examples of areas where there has been gross misconduct in the city of Vallejo. The community has asked for accountability and gotten no follow-up. So number one, the badge vending and police accountability. Number two, the need for a turnaround team to clean up the mismanagement in the city. Number three, secret meetings between the staff and VMT being allowed to illegally operate on the site without a permit. Number four, deaths in Project Room Key. Not the deaths themselves, but why the bodies were decomposing and why we gave more money to those orgs. Number five, the navigation center. Number six, the lack of due diligence on 400 Maryland Way. And I think that's all I have time for.
Bob Allan, go ahead, please.
Thanks, everyone, for your time. This is Bob Allan with Urban Habitat. We're one of the project sponsors that helped support the development of the Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition and the resident leaders that you hear often at your public meetings. And the reason we did that was, as a regional organization that works on issues around tenants' rights and affordable housing and housing justice, we heard in the meetings we started doing in Vallejo in 2018 to need for 2 to 3 things around addressing the housing justice crisis. And protecting vulnerable residents in Vallejo was the first thing. And we think there's still a lot to do around that, and that should be a clear goal in your goal setting, as well as providing solutions for permanently affordable housing, which residents in the 5 workshops we did overwhelmingly wanted solutions that would address long-term stability in Vallejo, like community and land trust, housing cooperatives, and other permanent strategies. as well as leveraging market rate development through things like inclusionary zoning. So those are three specific policy priorities that we've consistently talked about since 2018. I know I have with the previous city council and the previous mayor and staff changes. We've continued to work with partners like the Northern California Community Land Trust to bring in several $1 million of both state money for long-term affordability and for philanthropic partnerships of hundreds of thousands of dollars that are ready to go into the Vallejo Community Land Trust project, which we spoke recently at Solano County Board of Supervisors in terms of getting ARPA funding support. I'll say the same thing we said in the housing strategy conversations that I said when I showed up with consultants around the zoning code updates, and which I've made similar comments with the consultants for the housing element update. We know that our partners are looking to the city especially to support innovative solutions that the community's identified and be a partner around things like the Vallejo Community Land Trust. And we're still waiting and hoping that you'll take steps to work with the Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition and be a partner and not squander these resources that the community has gone and raised through philanthropy and through state programs like Cal Home. So none of this is new. What is, I think, new is that we have brought money to the table to be part of a really innovative strategy with permanent affordability. It's what the residents have called for. It's what we've tried to partner with you on. And this is a great opportunity. And I hope that we'll get some concrete action on the Vallejo Community Land Trust, as well as doing things like passing a just cause eviction ordinance to deal with the impending wave of evictions that we face. So same broken record for us. We hope that there'll be action. We want to be a partner. We are trying to bring resources in and trying to work with folks. And thank you for the time today.
Mr. Mayor, this concludes all the speakers.
Okay, so it doesn't look like we're able to establish contact with Melissa Swift. Was there another speaker?
This concludes all the speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Nope. Nobody else? Okay. We'll again to try to close the public forum at this comment. And there were some people who wanted some additional comments. Councilmember Meissner, anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't think people were able to watch all day. And so I think the amount of public comment was not, we weren't blaming the public. We were talking about the challenges of running meetings, and that was just a given, frankly, and not a blame. And we also did agree that we are reducing our council comments to 10 minutes. And we also agreed that we won't repeat things that other people have said. So we're trying ourselves to do what we can, the things that we have control of, to reduce the time of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Laura Diaz.
Yes, I also want to make a clarification because I was the city council member that mentioned that the public speaking sometimes prolong the meetings. I want to make clear that I'm not discouraging the public to speak. In fact, I encourage people to speak. My comment, if the speaker and anybody else that listened to what I said, was that we're very unique and different from other cities. I mentioned that the city of Sassoon, Alma Hernandez and I had talked, and they're finished by 10 o'clock. Well, they don't have as many speakers. They don't have a community as large as ours or people as engaged. Therefore, that's why I thought that, when we have a lot of folks that come and speak at our meetings, it does prolong the meeting. Now we are looking at, we were talking about everything, so that had to be included. It's in no way, shape, or form meaning discouraging people. Come on down. We want you to come down. We want you to, we're representing you. But keep in mind that does add to the time, and that's a fact. That's it. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Council Member. Anyone else wishes to make any concluding comments? Staff? Nobody. Okay. Then thank you for your kind attention and participation to everybody and those at home as best as we could do. We will stand adjourned at 3:31. Thank you.
It's prepared to stay until 4 o'clock.